Minorca Island. Escribo una y otra vez. No puedo vivir sin ti. Me paso los días esperándote. ¿Cómo te puedo amar si lejos de mí estás? Si yo estoy loca, es por ti. Sé muy bien que desde este lugar yo no llego donde estás tú. Y aunque dentro de mi copa está reflejada tu fría luz, la beberé. Servil y acabada es por ti. Sentí el amanecer, lágrimas caerán, mojando la lluvia que caerá sin fin. Y tú me atraparás con esa blanca luz. Si yo estoy loca, es por ti. Sé muy bien que desde este lugar yo no llego donde estás tú. Y aunque dentro de mi copa está reflejada tu fría luz, la beberé. Servil y acabada es por ti. Y si estoy loca, es por ti. detrás de ti, a un minuto de ti, te seguiré. Voy a hacer deseo en inspirar. Na, 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 me vuelvo a repetir. Saltaré la nieve en derredor. Na, 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 no soy como tú. Llegaré solo hasta el umbral. Na, 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 ¿qué puedo perder? Me atreveré pronto un paso más. Na, 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 no soy como tú. A un minuto de ti, voy detrás de ti. A un minuto de ti, te seguiré. Si pudiera demostrar lo que siento de verdad, promesas sin realidad. No me digas nunca más que es sencillo olvidar. No puedo, no sé mentir. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, imposibles de borrar. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, imposibles de borrar. Historias de amor. Hoy me he vuelto a despertar. Son tus besos algo más. Te llevo dentro de mí. Tengo mucho que decir. Oigo voces sin razón. No sé vivir sin ti. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, noches sin dormir, porque una frase de tu boca quiero escuchar. Dime que me quieres. Dime que me quieres. Ahora estoy triste y necesito saber si tú me quieres de verdad como ayer. Aunque parezca tanto, voy a pedirte que me lo repitas una vez y otra vez. Dime que me quieres. Dime que me quieres. Me costó mucho y al final decidí ir a tu casa y ahora estoy frente a ti. Quiero escucharlo y no me importa rogarte. Por favor, no juegues con mi corazón. Hay una cosa que te quiero decir, que es importante al menos para mí. Son dos palabras complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí. No puede amanecer.
of an unknown genius, far, far superior, a unique idea was born. It was called Bitcoin. It was to take the world by storm. There is a place, a special place. Here another groundbreaking idea was born. It was called Ethereum. Out of this, a unique ecosystem emerged. The Crypto Valley. Welcome to the very heart of it. Welcome to Zug. Welcome to the Blockchain Summit.
All right. Good afternoon and welcome to day 2. Woo! Guys, can you do me a favor? Can you put the light on them, please? I mean, I'm delighted that there's light on me, but I want to see you. Can we change the lighting in the room just for a second before we start the show? Hi. How's everyone doing? It's good to see you. I know yesterday we had a very official start to day 1, but starting from today and especially into tomorrow, we want to get into some meat. We want to get into some deep topics as much as possible. And we want to make it interactive too. So that's why I want to do a slightly different start and address the wonderful audience that we have here at the casino in Zug, but also to people watching on the cameras over here, online, virtually. You're very welcome as well. Thank you for being here today. We've got a few minutes before we start, and so I'm going to ask a very simple question, and I want to make this a challenge because why not? It's 2021. We can do whatever. The rules are different. This is a microphone. The black part is where the mic is. What I'd love for you to do is, in under 2 minutes, I want to see how many different answers we can get to this question. It's a very simple question. The question is, what are you here for? That's it. It can be a one-word answer, like networking, or investor, or pitching. It could be specific, like a topic, like I want to understand NFTs and art. I want to know what blockchain is doing in South America. But it has to be under 10 seconds because the idea is to get as many different voices. If you understand what this little challenge is, give me a thumbs up real quick. Everybody is understood. Now, what's really important here is that you are not looking at your computer because this might bong you in the head. And that's not from me. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pass it to a safe bet over here. You ready for this? Here we go. So we're going to do 2 minutes on the clock as fast as possible. So you're going to give your answer and you're going to pass it to someone else. So maybe if you want to just start waving so that he knows exactly who to pass it. So here we go. We're going to get 2 minutes on the clock, as many people as we can to answer why are you here at CV Summit 2021 Day 2. On your marks, get set, and let's go.
Goosebumps.
Goosebumps. Pass it. Here we go.
Hello.
Why are you here?
So, I need money.
You need money. Good. Okay. Pass it on. As fast as you can. Pass it on.
Seeing who needs money.
Okay.
Representing Dubai.
Represented by. Oh, I knew someone was going to pass without looking. So here we go.
Yeah, right. We came here to tell everyone about how blockchain is going to change the IoT industry.
Okay, blockchain and IoT.
And me personally, I came to
right
see
behind you, gentleman in pink.
Me personally, I came to see you actually.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh, there we go.
Interested in the speeches about Tezos.
Tezos, yes, we do have them in the afternoon.
The magic that is going to unfold here.
The magic. He is here for the magic.
Meeting people from Crypto Valley.
Okay.
Putting Dubai on the map.
Yes, I think Dubai is on the map, but yes. Even more on the
Meeting
map.
people in the NFT community.
Okay, very good. Keep passing it. We're on 1 minute, 12 seconds. We got
Also meeting interesting people, connecting, making new friends.
yes to new friends, interesting people. Good.
Representing the canton of Zug.
All right.
Finding collaborations for financial inclusion of the global south.
All right.
High-value digital asset.
Exchanging ideas.
Exchanging ideas. We got 20 seconds to go.
Grow our network and meet new awesome people.
All right, network.
Fully agree with that, meeting new awesome people.
Okay.
Drinks for free.
Drinks for free.
And meeting nice people.
All right. Last one.
Meeting and listening to interesting people.
Awesome. And that is time. You can hold on to that for a second. We'll find a way to get it back. Well, whether you're here for networking or content or the free drinks, which is happening for sure, you're very, very welcome. Thank you for being here. I want to let you know that this side of the room is as nice as this side of the room. For some reason, we have a high concentration here and not a high concentration here. I also want to let you know that the front rows are safe. I am fully vaccinated. I do not spit and talk. So you're welcome to sit up here in the front as well. I was talking to this gentleman in the back about what he learned during the pandemic. And he said that physical contact, real conversations is something that he's really missed. And in fact, in his role as the mayor, he created an initiative where he could actually interact with people, even during the pandemic, in a safe way. And I know for many people, as I was talking to you, what makes this special, this CV Summit special, is the fact that we're actually here. All this content, of course, we can find online. There are tons of YouTubers and TikTokers that can educate us, but to actually be here interacting is truly special. So please make the best use of it. Please connect with each other. If I can help with that, my name is Dan Ram. I am here. Come talk to me outside. I'm glad to introduce you to any of our speakers, contributors, or panelists. And so, with no further ado, I think we are ready and warmed up. Please give a beautiful CV Summit applause and welcome to the Mayor, Dr. Karl.
Dear Congress participants, on behalf of the City Council, I would like to give you a warm welcome to the city of Zug. I'm very pleased that you have found your way to Zug and that such networking event like this can now take place physically again. Even though today people can exchange ideas online across continents, nothing really can replace face-to-face conversation as mentioned before. And the atmosphere also plays a big role. You are here in the heart of Crypto Valley, and I hope you can literally feel the crypto spirit that blows here and makes innovations possible again and again. The fact that you have come to Zug today shows that this personal touch remains important for all of us. Even in a digital world, we are very happy to offer you a platform for this in Zug. For me as a mayor, it is exciting to see how strongly the crypto scene has shaped and changed our city in recent years. A crypto bank has set up shop in the former town hall. New co-working spaces have developed. Advertisements for crypto products have become an integral part of the cityscapes. And young, globally networked and highly mobile generation find its way to Zug every now and then and shows up at new emerging hotspots. I don't need to tell you how important the crypto scene already is today and what opportunities it will offer tomorrow. But when I see how many companies from this sector have settled in the whole of Crypto Valley and especially also in the city of Zug in recent years, how many jobs have been created, how many ideas are being pursued here, it fills me with joy. I'm excited to see that in addition to many promising startups, several unicorns have already developed, that this is not a matter of course and shows how strongly the crypto scene is shaping today. Politics and administration here in Zug do not have to hide. The fact that the city of Zug was the first public institution in the world to accept payments in cryptocurrencies is well known by now. Today, the city of Zug runs one of the most digitized administrations all over Switzerland. We conduct our city council meetings completely digital, and from next year on, digital primacy will apply in the whole administration. As you can see, we are taking technological development very seriously, your sector in particular. With this event, you are committing to Zug as the center of Crypto Valley. However, I'm sure that you not only like Zug as a future-oriented city, but that you will also be impressed by other advantages of our location. The good transport connection and the attractive business and tax environment are one thing. Moreover, I'm sure that beauty of the region with this lake and mountains have not escaped your notice. Please take a stroll to the beautiful old town and you will certainly feel how well tradition and modernity go together here. So let me hope that you will always find your way back to the city of Zug. So once again, I would like to give you a warm welcome and I would like to wish you furthermore a good Congress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. All right, I was backstage with our next speaker, and he was telling about the first startup that he built when he was in college. How many founders in the room? Can you raise your hand if you are a founder or an entrepreneur? A few over here, a few over there. Fantastic. A couple founders. Okay, excellent. You can put your hands down. So this gentleman has built everything from your classical IT to medtech. He even built a company that does colors for soap. And then he discovered Ethereum. And then, well, now he's here to talk to us about the digital assets exchange, BlockTrade, based in Luxembourg. He also co-created the Digital Asset Association of Austria. A wonderful gentleman. Please put your hands together for Bernhard.
Good afternoon. I can't tell you how much of a pleasure it is to be back on a physical stage. It's the first time for me in 1.5 years. So please forgive me if I'm running around here like a madman, because I really need to use the real estate for once, since I'm not stuck in a Zoom window anymore. So I've been asked to talk about how the mass adoption of digital assets affects their quality. And I've done what every organizer always likes to see. I've done a last-minute change to the title, so surprise. And actually what I'm going to tell you about is a story about why digital rocks are worth $1 million USD and why that's actually okay. But before I get into it, let me tell you a couple of slides about who I am and about the people who actually enabled me to be here. So my name is Bernhard Blaha, and I'm the CEO of BlockTrade. And I have been in the cryptocurrency industry since 2014. And in those 7 years, I have seen my fair share of interesting things. And BlockTrade is a Luxembourg-based cryptocurrency exchange. There we go. BlockTrade is a Luxembourg-based cryptocurrency exchange that was started by cryptics and is powered by the community. And when I say powered by the community, I actually mean it, because BlockTrade is largely owned by the investors that actually are the community on the platform. So the people that are using it are actually also the owners. And I'm very proud that this is the first time that I can say live on stage that we have recently concluded our 25 million USD Series A round with our community. And thank you. And I would like also to use this opportunity to thank our community, the team that has enabled us to do this, which also includes the Cryptics team, and of course also the investors that made this possible. So thanks to every one of you. I have mentioned Cryptics a couple of times now, so I'll tell you a couple of seconds about what Cryptics actually is. And Cryptics is a company that is based right around the corner here in Zug in Switzerland. And what they are is they're a venture builder. And they have the big vision of creating a people's financial marketplace, which enables everybody to do their financial transactions on a marketplace, including a lot of services. And BlockTrade is one of the ventures that Cryptics built. And the services that Cryptics provides ranges from business and tech advisory over a wide range of services until marketing and communication services. If you have been here yesterday, you might have heard the keynote from Luca Gubo, who is the CEO of Equito. Today you hear me talking from BlockTrade, and what you will hear tomorrow and essentially over the next couple of weeks in general is e-credits. So keep your eyes and ears open for those companies. What I'm going to tell you about today and what this keynote or presentation is kind of a bit of an experiment for me. Because it's not my opinion that I'm sharing with you, it's actually the outcome and the summary of a discussion that I had with a good friend of mine. And that good friend of mine is very deep in the art market. Specifically, he's the founder of RTWife. And RTWife is a company that brings art to you in a more feelable and more lively way than you have been able to experience before. So they have an augmented reality app that you can use to scan actual art, pieces of art, and it gives you an animation in 2D or 3D to make you experience it in more of the way that the artist actually intended it to be. And so we sat down for a while and decided to talk about NFTs and specifically art NFTs. And what we talked about first is where NFTs are actually in this market. And the problem that I have experienced in my past 9 years of entrepreneurship is that digital art is usually considered to be free because it's very easy to replicate. It's very easy to spread around. And that is something that NFTs can solve. And I'm pretty sure I'm not telling anybody of you anything new if I say they can create the scarcity that is required for art. They can create that rareness that we all like. However, the NFT market still has a big focus from the crypto bubble. So on the NFT market right now, there's not a lot of people coming in from the legacy art market, I'd call it, but more people from the crypto bubble are coming into the NFT market. And what we can also see is something that we see generally in the art market, and that is that NFTs are not selling art or the pieces of art or the pictures, but they are more like selling the story behind the NFT. And we see that a lot for the crypto rocks. And let's be honest, like I'm probably the worst artist in this room. And if some of you would be to recognize like a stick figure that I were to paint, that would be a big success for me. But even I probably would be able to paint something that would closely resemble a crypto rock as they are on the blockchain right now. But what is interesting about them is that they have this history. They were one of the first NFTs on the blockchain. They're still going. They still have that community. And that is the story that the NFTs, the crypto rocks specifically, are selling right now. And something that we can look at if you want to understand why this is happening is Malevich's Black Square. And for that, we have to go 100 years back. And what happened 100 years back is what is now considered to be one of the stepstones for modern art. Because Malevich decided to do something different instead of painting real-world landscapes, or at least interpretations of real-world landscapes. And he created a piece of art called Black Square. And noticeably, it is a black square. And what happened with that is people saw it, and they thought, actually, I mean, it is very expressive. You have to be brave to create something like this, especially back then, 100 years back. However, from an artistic scale, like from actually painting the painting, it is not that hard. And so it spread the thought of, hey, I can do that too. And what I believe is that NFTs are doing the same thing right now. And yesterday on a panel, somebody said something very interesting. NFTs are a bubble. It will burst, but we should ride that bubble as long as we can because it makes sense. Because what is happening here is exactly that. We are getting people into the NFT space, and people are getting interested in it. And when they become interested in it, they decide, hey, I can do that too. And so they will get into it and create more art. And that essentially will bring us back to the original question. But first, let's talk about the effects that this has. And again, I'm pretty sure I'm not telling you anything new if I tell you that crypto rocks right now are being sold for 6-digit numbers, like even quoted for more than $1 million USD. And I'm also not telling you anything new if I'm telling you that the NFT market is bursting right now. It's going up like skyrocketing. However, what it also does, what is not noticeable in the first place, it increases the perceived value of art. People start to understand that digital art also has a value. And that is something that in the past years was very hard to portray to people that would not know how much work is in digital art, essentially. And with the positive media that NFTs are getting right now, they are not just selling the art, they're not selling the NFTs, but they're also selling the right to brag, which is also something that we've been seeing quite a bit in the art market. So you're buying it just to say you are one of the owners of crypto rocks, for example, or other art NFTs. And now we're finally getting back to what was actually supposed to be the topic of my talk, and that is, how does mass adoption of digital assets, specifically in the art NFT market, affect their quality? And in the 7 years that I have been in the blockchain industry, what I have seen is that we have always been claiming that there should be freedom for everyone. And I do not see a single reason why this should not be the case for art as it is right now. So everybody should be able to access those markets. Everybody should be able to participate in those markets. Because what mass adoption does is it creates awareness. And awareness creates accessibility. Because when people start getting into that market, they would like to make it easier for themselves. And so they start creating tools and processes and tutorials to get more people into the market. And when it's easy, more people will come into that market. And now we're at the question that is actually very hard to answer because it is subjective. We're talking about quality. And my understanding of quality, I'm pretty sure, is a very different one from any of your understandings of quality. But what I see quality as and what the discussion, the outcome of the discussion that I had with my friend is that more exposure in this market leads to more pieces of art being in this market. And from there on, it's just a statistical game. Because when there's more art in the market, the chance that you will find something that actually fulfills your understanding of a quality art piece is much higher than if there's just a few of them. And that is why the outcome and also the answer that we found to the question that I was supposed to answer here today is actually mass adoption does affect the quality of digital assets. It does change it, and it does change it in a very positive way. Maybe not for you immediately, but on the long term, the more quality, the more quantity that is in this market will increase the quality overall. So that is my subjective view, as I said, and I'm very happy to discuss this with you. So I'll be here until the end of the event, and if you want to challenge my views, I'd be very glad to have the discussion, so catch me later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so how do NFTs, Tezos, and Red Bull all come together? Well, it actually starts with a gentleman who won the silver in the 2011 World Rowing Championship and in gold at 2013 World Rowing Championship. He's now the NFT commercial lead. Please welcome to the stage the wonderful Daniel. All right, buddy.
Taking over the world one can at a time. My name is Daniel Ritchie. I work for Red Bull Racing. I want to address the elephant in the room very quickly, in that the last GP was a complete farce, and we won, so we'll take the points, but it wasn't an ideal situation. I'm here to talk about why Tezos, why NFTs, but more importantly, why Red Bull interested in this, or why Red Bull Racing, more importantly, interested in this. You've all heard the Red Bull motto, Red Bull gives you wings. It's not born out of some love of Icarus, of a 25-year passion project. It is about giving hope, dream, ambition to people, their ideas, their ability to push the human boundary. And in understanding that, you get an idea in terms of where we are as a brand, because we are for the many, not the few. Red Bull Racing Honda always wants to be in charge of its own destiny. We have been in a number of situations in the past where we have been able to guide our car like we are at the moment by taking on the powertrains division, that is, we're taking the engine in-house, where we can design and move our car into the fastest position on the front of the grid, where we will be hopefully challenging for titles not only this year but in years to come. It's why we've competed in 330 Grand Prix, won 71 different races, 197 podiums, and 8 World Championships. But this is great. You're here to talk about NFTs and crypto, so what's the relevance? In 2015, we looked at blockchain at the first time, just prior to the last bull run and pre the crypto winter. We picked 2 horses. Unfortunately, they failed during the crypto winter. They didn't reach enough liquidity to survive. But that gave us, undeterred, it gave us the ability to push and look for how we wanted to go and interact with the blockchain itself. But not just blockchain, did we want to go to an exchange as a partnership and find something which was much deeper and it had intrinsic value to it? Or did we want to go just build at the blockchain and build up? The technology has probably been growing at a faster rate than I certainly ever imagined, or what people here have imagined, and the innovation is genuinely staggering. But the time that we've taken over the last 12 months, especially when we first approached Tezos, was off the back of an increased amount of due diligence, targeted approaching in terms of who we wanted to go to and how we wanted to build our ecosystem as an end-to-end ecosystem for our consumer. I say consumer because that's what our fans are. We're an entertainment platform, and we need to make sure that their journey and their customer journey is of paramount importance to us. It's why when you're scrolling through your Instagram feed, you'll generally stop on a Red Bull Red Bull content where you'll see someone skydiving through a mountain or jumping off of a plane or trying to parachute into a plane. Or if you're Felix Baumgartner jumping from space. I don't recommend doing that. But that's what we are about. And that's what is important for us to maintain our autonomy so that we can guide that journey, that vision and that goal, and deliver a successful mission for our consumers. The one thing we are definitely concerned about is the IP being diluted in some way or another, and that's why we decided to go with Tezos. But why NFTs? I think NFTs is a very broad term. It encompasses a lot. You have the digital collectibles, which is what we're focused in. You have the ticketing side to things. You have looking at the supply chain and licensing. It's much broader than just NFT as a very simplistic overview. And I suppose the reason we've looked into it especially is from our culture, from Christian Horner. Christian Horner is our CEO and team principal. He's led a culture of continual development, of passion, of making sure that we're at the forefront of what all teams, what all sports bodies are doing, not only from a marketing side, but from the car performance as well. And in that is the increased fan engagement. It leads to content generation, it leads to impressions, which leads to a much more just impactful experience for the consumer, for our fans. Allows them to touch base with the drivers, the team, and gets to understand who we are. I think if you look at something, if we talk about NFTs or if you talk about merchandise, Babe Ruth in 1910 took to Yankee Field. It cost $3, the shirt that he was wearing. In 2012, that sold for $4.5 million. Just like $4.5 million for a shirt that was over 100 years old. There's always going to be a place. I'm not here to say that we should, make millions of these, but there's always a place for the wider ecosystem for high net worth items. And I'm certainly not saying that every item should be there. Yes, people will say we're in a crypto bubble. The people will say it's tulip mania. All the above. I respectfully disagree. If you look at the wider ecosystem, you have people nowadays, Lionel Messi, Ronaldo. If you go to my own personal sport, you have Michael Schumacher, Ayrton Senna. All these people will have a limited number of items, suits that they'll race 20 times a year. That's where the value comes from. It's the scarcity. It's a physical product which they love and enjoy. But Red Bull's not about that. Red Bull Racing is about the many. And that's why we want to come into NFTs, so that we can engage a broader church. We can have anyone can come in, have an NFT, and not just a 2D object, which is going to be another part of the crypto junk. It's going to be something which is an experience. But we also need something. We need something that's going to be available and attainable for the entry-level fan. We have 25 million fans across all platforms, and we want that our NFTs, our digital collectibles, more to the point, to be accessible to everybody at the point of entry. We're not looking to make millions out of each one NFT. We're looking to create an experience, which many might say actually is you're over-delivering. But that's what we are as a brand. We'd rather over-deliver and be late to market than be first to market and make mistakes and destroy our brand IP. I think also, when we look at these digital collectibles, it's one of the last shape, and it's a move from analog into digital. And everything will go that way. And I firmly believe that this is a way for us to engage further with our brand. So is it congested? Is the marketplace, are we too late? Like I say, I respectfully disagree. We have 4 key pillars that we're going to build our marketplace from. Gamification, incentivization, utilization, and tokenization. So in many ways, what are we creating? How are we going to do something that's different to everybody else who's chucking that crypto junk out there, who's creating something which just has no real intrinsic value? We've all heard of CryptoPunk. Obviously, they've sold for millions, but it's something that can be copied. What are we doing? What are we doing with our IP that no one else can do? I think it's adding on those 4 pillars which gives us a key advantage over everybody else in the market that no one else can match what we are going to do, and I firmly believe that. And it's by tokenizing the collectibles, layering utilities, not just physical utilities, where we look at maybe the suit or adding a suit to it or an experience, but also allowing our fans to get closer to the driver and the team. And we want to incentivize our fans. We want to bring gamification into the process, where they can touch base with each driver, they can come to the game, we can force these NFTs into a social media campaign where a competition takes place. And it's all through that, all these pillars together, that will create that level of integration, that level of touch base with all of our consumers. So why Tezos? Why did we choose Tezos? Why did we not choose Polygon, Ethereum, Polkadot, any of the others out there who support NFTs, maybe even bigger? I think you'd be forgiven for thinking in a very simplistic way, it's a branding opportunity, great, well done. But when you run down the list of things, the list of characteristics which bind our two properties together, both are community-driven. We exist for our fans. We exist to sell these cats. Tezos exists as part of a community base. Both upgrade. We, by race to race, Red Bull Racing, Honda, changes 3,000 different items per race. Tezos has upgraded so far 7 times and continues to upgrade and continues to be community-led. Both are open source. We have the largest fan base, and we're also the largest sports team in the world. But then we're also the most efficient. The proof of stake is something that we actively went through because we needed to drive our TSR and our efficiency targets. Because although we have the fastest and the most efficient engine ever, the perception is something quite different. But above all else is one thing that led everything, and that was the inability, or the desire of the blockchain never to hard fork. If we create somewhere in the region of 100,000 NFTs, overnight, someone out of our control, and again, this comes back to us being in control. If someone out of our control changed the blockchain to hard fork, we'd have 100,000 developed to 200,000 overnight. Destroys the IP, destroys the brand, destroys what we're doing in the market, devalues what we're doing in the market. And that's something that we could not do, and it's why we chose Tezos, because Tezos is an application and a project that delivers on our goals and on our ambitions as a brand. Thank you all for having me. And if I have any questions, please come and grab me outside. Thank you.
Where are you going?
Oh, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, you got to stay. Don't go anywhere. So I'm very excited to introduce a dear friend of mine. Many years ago, when we first started off, she was the person that helped me and invited me into this beautiful community. She's an accomplished athlete playing the highest levels of football in this country. She is a very successful entrepreneur as well, founding and selling her own business. And she has been very supportive of the hackathon community and, of course, instrumental at Enacta. She's the head of the corporate center, taking care of everything from marketing to HR and on and on and on. She's got a whole panel here talking about NFTs and sport. So please welcome to the stage Jennifer and the panelists.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to the panel NFT and Sports. So, before we jump into this discussion, I would like to invite my panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe we start with Tolly.
Okay. My name is Tolly Makris. I'm the co-founder and owner of EX Sports, a blockchain-based mobile app and marketplace that we created back in 2019. With a very strong focus in esports. Myself, I've been in the sports industry for the last 17 years, promoting mostly combat sports. I started back in Thailand promoting Muay Thai events, then expanded into a little bit of jiu-jitsu, boxing, and now mixed martial arts. And over the last decade, I've also worked very closely with different sport federations in combat sports, including the International Federation of Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, and now WACO, representing tens of millions of athletes in over 120 countries. And as an event organizer, I was always facing two main challenges. one of it being to look for new revenue streams, and virtual merchandising, including NFTs right now, obviously is on top of the list with all of the hype going on. But more importantly, and the reason why we built EX Sports is because we wanted to create a tool where we can increase fan engagement. Because it doesn't matter if you are Muay Thai, boxing, Jiu-Jitsu, Taekwondo, or whatever, fan engagement is always going to be the biggest challenge for everyone. And yeah, that's how we build it, by working together with the federations, with the organizers, allowing them to create NFTs for all of their athletes, so they can tap into these new revenue streams, but then more important, work with the same partners to create an ecosystem where we can keep the fan inside the marketplace and allowing the fan to redeem earned tokens or points
just in case
for
I was late or
engagement
something
with the athletes and the federation and its partners.
Oh God, it's in the audience. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Toli, for this introduction. Hubertus?
Yeah, Hubertus Donhauser. I'm a partner in a venture capital firm in Dubai called Enabling Future. We invest in frontier tech, and 30% of our portfolio is in blockchain. We've invested in, layer one custodial solution, digital asset managers. Some of the companies being presenting partners of these events. One of them is Tezos, the Tezos Foundation. I'm also the chair of the board of the foundation, and happy to work with Dan on the NFT experience with Red Bull Racing.
Hi, my name is Niklas Genovese, and I work at TokenGate. TokenGate is a security token issuance platform specialized on complex tokenization and development of token economies. And since I have a background in tennis, played professionally and on a collegiate level at the University of Miami, I decided to take over the sports vertical of TokenGate and busy developing a platform to connect fans with players and create an exchange of value through blockchains and revenue sharing tokens, as well as fan engagement tokens, inclusive NFTs fan engagement tokens. And why I did this is because as a player, it was evident to me that there's an economic mismatch between federation management, high profile players, and anybody who's outside of the top 5 in the tennis world.
Thank you very much. Dan, we have heard you before. Do you want to add something?
Enough. No, I think they've heard me enough.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we have set the basis for this panel and can jump into this conversation. The NFT market has grown last year tremendously, from 30.7 million to 2.5 billion in sales. That is a 200-fold increase. So I'm wondering, how is this growth affecting the sport industry?
Who's going first?
I think it's good. There's definitely advantage because when we started back in 2019, we did a use case with the International Federation of Jiu-Jitsu in Abu Dhabi, presented it at the Sport Accord Convention to every decision maker of every sport federation, and out of 2,500 people in the room, including the IOC, there were only 2 people that had Bitcoin back then, right? So the good thing is that it really educates the market right now, plus also COVID really accelerated everything right now. So the federations, the organizers, they're much more open to technology. The disadvantage that I see is that there is a lot of high expectations now. So the same people that 2 years ago didn't understand nothing, didn't even know what Bitcoin is, they coming back to me right now and say, can we launch the NFTs? Can we make millions of dollars? And I know it's not going to be so easy, right? And yeah, so this is the disadvantage, managing the expectations right now of all of the partners that didn't even know what we talked about last year.
Thank you.
I think the sports industry in general has a very interesting element, which is obviously a captive audience and a very loyal fan base. It obviously diverse, depends on the sports, but I think what is super exciting from the viewpoint of a sports manager or for an institution operating in that, like for instance Red Bull Racing, is that with the NFT technology, you can leverage on your content. You can basically use the technology to improve and enhance the customer experience and to create something really unique. And from the side of the crypto industry, it's a great way to tap into new fan bases, to expand organically the ecosystem, if you want, or the use cases or the users of a particular project. So I think it goes both ways, and I think this will benefit primarily the sports industry, but also the blockchain and the crypto space.
Yeah, I think when you look at the NFTs, like you say, there's a mass adoption that's coming from consumers, but the thing holding the back is the UX, UI, the ease of access to the blockchain. And I take what you say, two people when you first knew about Bitcoin or had Bitcoin, but if they don't know how to access it, if it's still that high barrier to entry, it's always going to be difficult to build, to develop something which is genuinely interesting for the consumer. And I think how we want to use it and how we're developing it is a fan engagement tool, which is high in UX, high in UI, which people won't almost know it's on the blockchain because that'll all be done in the background as opposed to the front. And I think when we do that, we'll see more adoption. And I think the 200-fold you mentioned, I think that'd be tiny, because there is a highly engaged, highly passionate fan base in sport, like borderline tribal in some sports. And when we can access that and leverage that, that's when the money will really flow.
Yeah, I second that on the user experience. I believe anywhere from 70 to 90% of users trying to buy NFTs or fan engagement tokens stop after 20 minutes of transferring wallets, etc. I think there's a lot of very highly successful business models out there, but I believe that these business models will eventually merge and find better user experience and have a real token economy rather than buy an NFT for X or get fan engagement tokens for X. But each sport will develop its own token economy.
Do you think do you think that's limited to consumers who actually follow the sport? Or do you think like the intrinsic, like if you built a utility underneath or had some intrinsic value that you could do something with the NFT that would then you'd draw people potentially into your sport to engage them in a different way that hadn't previously been achieved?
I think that's a very possible business idea that will follow suit once there's mass adoption of these NFTs and fan engagement tokens.
Thank you very much. So this leads me to the next question regarding fan engagement. Who contributes what so that such a system of fan engagement works?
I'm assuming we're talking IP at this point in time, I think. I can definitely answer that because we're going through this at the moment where we're looking, obviously a Formula One car has a number of, our livery is filled, I think we have 30 brands on our car. And it falls on us as in our very specific case to have in our contracts that we can use those brands in that imagery and in that right. So it's for us, we're going through a lot of contracts at the moment. Our legal team aren't particularly happy with me, but they're having to look through every right we have to see if we have the ability to do what we want to do and then go and speak to those parties if we don't have them. Because for us, the digital collectibles will be a car, it will be a suit, it will be a helmet, it will be something along those lines. So if we don't have the ability to put the brand on, we fall into trouble straight away.
I think this is the main challenge when you talk about getting this NFT category into the sports space. You need to really understand first who owns what. So which layer of the whole value chain owns which IP rights, because there's no sense in, I don't know, for instance, acquiring IP rights of Formula One when the rights of the Formula One organization itself is limited to a couple of image impressions on the racetrack. Or to acquire the rights of a football league when the rights of the very interesting digital content lie with the clubs themselves. Or to acquire the rights of a club when the pure appearance, the more interesting ones, lie with the players. So I think it has to be really looked at a case-by-case basis and then decided on which level you want to attack that industry in terms of IP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was my answer. Kind of. Do you want to add something?
No, I think it's the tennis case is interesting. It's like everyone outside the top five is like it gives them the ability to create something themselves and go to market and create revenue stream, which effectively could potentially take out an agent's cut.
Yeah, well, in tennis, it's funny. I think right now people approach the sports NFT thing from a technical point of view and from a blockchain and NFT development point of view. But really, each sports has a different target market and a different economy. So you talk to federations, they own media rights of, let's say, player A doing a between-the-legs shots at a particular tournament. Mm-hmm. But they can sell that media without necessarily speaking to the athlete. And we don't even need the athlete's permission. The athlete doesn't gain anything from that. And for me, trying to be like a conscious, conscious businessman, I think the real value in the blockchain is when you can transfer value from the fan directly to the athletes, leaving the whole managerial and the whole federation and tournament organization out of it, because the real value is the athlete. Mm. If you go to the US Open to watch, Roger, not because it's the US Open.
And that's something that I think I've definitely seen in my time within Formula One, is that the consumer wants to get closer. Yeah. To their heroes, whether it's Roger, whether it's a fighter, whether it's Verstappen or Perez. They want to have that deeper level of engagement and understanding of who they are as a person, and almost replicate them in some respects, because they're heroes. So to provide that access via the potential of an NFT or a blockchain application, is really exciting.
Thank you very much. So my next question is, what challenges are you facing in these NFT markets?
Well, like I mentioned before, one of the main challenges right now is to manage expectations. I have experience before. In 2013, I launched a 24/7 streaming platform. We did over 1,200 pay-per-view events for different combat sports. And the problem is that a lot of smaller organizers and promoters, they were all expecting to make millions of dollars on pay-per-view. And this is exactly what's going to happen right now in the NFT. Everybody thinks they're sitting on gold, yes, and some of it is worth something and they can make a lot of money, but managing that will be a big challenge. And for me, in the last 2 years, one of the big challenges in the whole crypto community was to find the right people. That was even more difficult than finding the right people in 17 years in combat sports.
To get trust.
So, yeah, it was very, very difficult. Find the right tech guys, find the right partners, lots of people with a lot of stories. So, but I'm glad right now we have been through that already and just focusing now back on sports and keeping these guys down to earth, and building something long-term that benefits them more than just the NFTs, but building the whole marketplace and ecosystem together.
Yeah, bootstrapped 2-3 years ago, and they are constantly evolving. Gas fees need to be considered. So if the gas fee is more expensive and the creation of an NFT is more expensive than what you normally transacted, it's also of limited value to start with. So I think as blockchains evolve and the projects improve, this will obviously lead to broader mass adoption and also increase the reach. And another challenge that might be on the horizon that, frankly, I'm not sure who is really addressed it yet, is probably the regulatory one. It might even, discussions going on, is an NFT potentially close to being a security or not? As of when is it a security? Can you fractionalize it? If yes, what does it mean? So I think these conversations are yet in the very early stages and are certainly could be a challenge in the future.
Yeah, I second the securities issue. I saw a lot of cases. I see a case on a major NFT platform. If the secondary market issues combined with the regulatory issues will be addressed very soon, and as an industry there needs to be a solution, and that works closely with the user experience, because you don't necessarily want to buy your NFTs on one platform with with Ether or with Tezos or whatever, and then go and transfer your NFT into a secondary market. By that time, you have lost most of your customers. And that sort of easy fiat NFT back to fiat secondary market without losing customers is a regulatory and a user experience solution that needs to be worked out.
That's I suppose where I come from, the UX and UI side of things. Like that has to be so high that it takes all those complexities out of it. And I think our ambition is to start off as a custodial, have a custodial solution. Maybe, I'm not saying, definitely not a walled garden app, but a custodial solution where someone will hold it, and once they're educated enough and we've had the chance to talk to them and develop that knowledge, then they can take that out and they can opt for it to be a non-custodial entity. But in terms of the regulations, I think we're going to have to wait and see how that develops over the next, the coming months, because it is certainly a concern when you're going to market, and it could, you could end up with a class action lawsuit against you, or something could happen. There's a concern for any brand, especially one like Red Bull Racing, which has never had a negative press against it. So, we have to be very careful when we're taking IP to market, because it's quite challenging. And if you talk to any lawyer, they're always going to err on the side of caution as opposed to looking at the commercial value.
Thank you very much. So as we have seen that the NFT market is growing so fast, so I'm wondering, is the NFT market a bubble? And how do we justify these loft valuations?
I agree it's a bubble, but I think that NFTs are here to stay for sure, right? And that's why it's very important to build a sustainable business model and not rely only on these high numbers that you can make in a very short period of time. But yeah, I agree, it's a bubble. And we need to take advantage of the bubble, but we need to build something sustainable.
But on the other hand, every frontier technology at the beginning is likely to be a bubble. I mean, we've seen this back in the days. I think there was even conversations yesterday on the finance bubble, or the VC panel on that topic, I think. There's nothing wrong with a bubble if you write it correctly, and it's usually great things come out of that. And frankly, I think we are long before seeing really a true bubble in NFTs. We're so early stage. Maybe the bubble will come at some point. But at the same time, reach will increase. There will be hopefully more fan bases joining the place. There will be more liquidity, more users. Platforms will improve. So I think NFTs have really the potential to be what we have been longing for in the blockchain space for the last 5-6 years. I mean, we've been sitting here at previous conferences and talking about use cases, right? I mean, we had the solution, but we didn't find a problem, right? Yeah. So currently, I think with NFTs, this could be really something where you have you create mass adoption for blockchain, and I'm not sure if this is as bubbly as everybody believes, and if it is, it's probably not a bad thing.
I mean, I would always categorize NFTs into the art market and into the sports market separately. And I know people that believe that modern art is a bubble in the last 20 years, and for some reason it never burst. But sports NFTs are really interesting, and I think there's a lot of use cases, a lot of problems to be solved, a lot of dormant fan communities that can be activated and made money out of.
I think it's interesting. It's interesting what you say, because I think when you look at associating it as a bubble, there's always going to be, like I've said it before, crypto junk that's out there. People are going to make a 2D image. They're going to try and make a quick buck. But I think they are quickly seen as a cash grab and dismissed as a result of that. When you're actually going actively out into especially when you've got quite a large following with us, and also with other sports like a Man United or Real Madrid, they can take something which their fan base will want to engage with and layer it with a utility. You get to meet a fan, or there's a competition which is involved in it. I think that adoption, that evolution of an NFT will ride out the bubble. We sat here yesterday and we spoke about how quickly the technology is evolving. I almost think I'd be interested to hear what you guys think on this, because I think it's evolving so quickly that it could even outride the bubble itself and develop to a stage where the bubble never really forms, because we've already developed something so advanced that we don't. You talked about use cases last year. You've got one this year. What comes next year? It's phenomenal what's coming out of this industry at the moment.
I tend to agree with you.
Thank you very much. So looking at NFTs out there, it seems that the sport benefit the most are those who are in the spotlights anyways, like the Premier League in soccer, baseball, basketball. But what about the sports that are not in the spotlights or that are less prominently covered in mainstream media, like women's soccer, tennis outside of top 100, or rowing? Is there an opportunity also for these sports in order to benefit from NFT?
Absolutely, and that's why we built EX Sports, because like I mentioned before, I was representing and working with niche sports for the last 17 years, right? So when we start looking into it and getting into digital collectibles and monetizing with blockchain technology, I knew from the beginning I'm not going to do something now and go to soccer after representing Muay Thai for 17 years, right? It's not the industry that I know. I don't have the ecosystem. When we started in 2019, I had an existing ecosystem. I've done over 52 events, 24/7 streaming platform, thousands of hours of content, gyms, merchandising. So we had the entire ecosystem, and then we built on that. And we always saw that other federations also struggling with the same problems that we had. So when we did the use case, we didn't want to go after a major sport. We wanted to go after a niche sport. We went to Abu Dhabi, partnered up with the International Federation of Jiu-Jitsu, made the use case at Sport Accord, and then partnered up with AIMS, which is the Alliance of All Independent Sports, to represent more than 30 federations and helping them to get into the space as well. So now there's a lot of premium IP. We're doing something in soccer, coming. But the idea and the foundation was always about let's unite all together, because together, we represent hundreds of millions of athletes, right? And if we give this opportunity to them, we can be bigger than one soccer or one volleyball or tennis or whatever it is.
Well, I don't know if the crowd and the fan bases of different sports really overlap a lot. I think it's very siloed to a certain extent. But to come to your question, I mean, the NFTs could benefit every vertical in every category. It's just a question of market size and liquidity. Probably the value will be lower. But I'm sure even women's soccer is big on the rise. In the US, it's even more prominent than male soccer, right? And I'm sure there are small sports like beach polo, which also have an audience, and maybe you can create something for them as well. Probably not with a liquid market platform that trades with the same volumes than for Formula One or for soccer or tennis, but maybe in a different way with OTC trades, where the market is price discovery is happening in a different fashion. I think there is no limitations on how small a sports space can be. At the end of the day, it's about collectors, right? So collectors, even if they collect something niche, there might be 3 others who have the same taste and who create some price, and that's all good. So I think, to answer your question, I think it's absolutely applicable to smaller and niche sports as well.
Yeah, I mean, a big reason why I built Tennis Token was for exactly that reason, in the sense that a lot of the famous tennis players we know were reliant on like angel investors investing in them early, and the players giving away a percentage of the revenue. And there's still a lot of interest in that with less known players. And what was astonishing to us while I was working in the tennis space is I found that the betting industry is over 200 billion volume in transaction, and 0 of that transaction, of those transactions are going to the player, to the federation, to the management, to the tournament organizer. So there's a lot of liquidity that in specific sports, definitely not all, can be tapped with new technologies done right. Well, it's quite a big task, but I'm sure we will find better solutions.
I think any platform that's coming. I come from a minority sport. My background, in terms of as an athlete, was rowing. It's not the most. You're known every 4 years at the Olympics, and that's it. But I'd say when you look at any platform coming to a minority sport is a good thing. It's going to cast a different light on it, and even we say Formula One is like this big global entity. 6 years ago, the average age of a Formula One fan year on year was growing by 0.7 of a year. So it was an aging population. We saw Netflix just showing casting a different light on the sport. Numbers have soared. 30% fan base increase. Our fan has dropped from 26 to 17 as an average age because of the brand affiliation. I think any platform, anything that's going to cast a new light on a a minority sport is a good thing and can help them showcase the extreme level of skill that it takes to get to an Olympics, and maybe help an athlete generate some money so they can don't have to have the angel investor. That can be a good thing.
And overall, how you want to make these platforms accessible for everyone? So also for that my grandpa can buy NFTs, or like.
I think we're definitely driving that side. I mean, Red Bull Racing is we're trying to create it to be completely seamless, so that when you go on there, if you're a crypto skeptic, you can pay via fiat, you can pay via your credit card, and not know any of this is happening in the background, but it's minted. There's an ability to play and access our NFT, whether it's a playable, whether it's experience. I've said it a few times, but it needs to be open to a broad church, not just people who are dedicated crypto enthusiasts, because that is a defined, very small pool. The broader we can make that church, the more development that will take place, the more applications that will take place, and the broader the adoption will be, and the faster the adoption will be.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah, I mean, as we said before, I think it's NFTs is the way to bring blockchain closer to the mass markets, and it's all about UX. And I think teams are working diligently on creating a great UX. And I mean, even if you have a great UX, but with a financial product, there's always some impediments, some respect. I think NFTs are more playful. It's a more gamified approach, and the link from the digital crypto to the real world. So I think this will happen naturally, but obviously it takes good development work.
Yeah, the onboarding for the user has to be very simple. When we build it, and we went out, and the first 2 years said we're not a crypto, so don't worry. It's like an in-game currency that you have to buy in order to buy any collectible. So it was very easy to explain to everyone. Especially we started after the last, market crashed when Bitcoin went down. So I had to be very, very careful doing use cases, presenting to the IOC, talking about crypto, talking about Bitcoin. So we always went out and say, listen, guys, it's very simple for your users. We're not a crypto. You're buying it directly through your credit card. And then you can do just like any in-game that you're playing on Facebook. And people understand it, keeping it very simple.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, to add to what you just said, I think the fact that top brands and franchises are involved in that product will help the adoption as well, and will make will reduce this entry barrier, because it's a different thing. If I have to explain, to take your example of the grandpa, how to buy some I don't know, some Bitcoin or Tezos or whatever, or to buy a Panini picture digitally, which is called NFT, that's probably easier. And if there is a great brand behind it, like, I don't know, Menu or Red Bull or whoever, I think that creates more trust and reduces the hurdles.
Exactly. It helps to educate, more the major brands, and then the smaller ones, they will pick it up anyway.
Of course, education is key, I think. Yeah. So, and where do you see this space going in the future? I mean, what will happen in the next 2 to 5 years? Or let's say next 2 years.
You mean NFTs or NFTs in sports?
NFTs in sports.
In sports.
I mean, that's the $1 million question. Quite literally. I think you're going to see, especially, you're going to see people bring established technology into NFTs. Whether that's AR, VR, they're going to add that next level in, and then you're going to get someone else come on top and try to do one-upmanship. Especially in sports, we're highly competitive. We want to have the best platform. We want to be doing the best, the coolest thing, the most engaging thing. So I don't know which way it'll go. I could see potential opportunities moving towards metaverse integration, where you can Oculus Rift and potentially join, watch from the field of play. Or I think technology outside of blockchain is developing so quickly at the moment that we'll see the real world and the cryptoverse, for want of a better phrase, kind of merge more. Is my gut instinct.
I think metaverses are on the rise, and I believe that will have a natural push into NFTs as well, because you really engage in the metaverse with NFTs. And as I said before, I believe in token economies for different sports, whether it has financial, there are security tokens or utility fan engagement tokens or NFTs or hybrids. and that fans and players and organizations will interact with those much sooner than we think, and maybe in a metaverse setting or on a metaverse-like platform. I think that's my 5-year prediction.
I would say that a couple of years from now, all major sports franchises will have NFTs as a very important and key part of their marketing. This will be not just a niche, but this will be the cornerstone of their marketing and fan engagement. And I think also that large organizations and franchises need to think very carefully if they really want to outsource their content to third-party platforms just against a license fee, just to have these things ticked off, or create their own NFT experience and their own in-source, basically the knowledge, as it becomes a proprietary source of differentiation in the future. So I think this is in that sense what RBR is doing. I think is for a brand like Red Bull makes a lot of sense. It might make less sense for a small football club or for a small, I don't know, federation. But I think it's important to understand and to embrace this technology and to get the knowledge internalized to be able to capture it full throttle.
I think there will be a big intersection with gaming and esports, because before this whole NFT hype, one of the biggest topics on every sport accord convention, every federation, everyone was always about gaming and esports. Everybody wanted to come in. We start developing games, for our federation, fighting games. Now we're doing something with soccer as well. So now I'm looking back and say, okay, perfect. The NFTs that we can launch now with the same athletes, right? They can be used also later in the game. And I think that's going to, be a big thing in the future as well. And it's a perfect timing. Like he said before, you're in the middle of the, hype right now, and you're looking what's going to be the next one, and how can you use what you're building now into the next hype, so you can always extend. And then also look back, what have you been planning in the last 3 years? One of the reasons why I moved to the Middle East 2 years ago is because we're merging with one of the leading esports brands to create the first hybrid event league where you have traditional sports and esports coming together. And now NFTs can be a very important tool into this as well. So yeah.
I think there's one application which we don't necessarily have as at Red Bull, because we don't have a stadium. But you look at sports team, United, Real Madrid, Juventus, the big teams. They live off data. They want to understand more about their fan base so they can target them better. And if you can create an NFT ticketing solution, which will becomes an NFT, or it's your ticket to get into the stadium, but it's also your NFT as a memento of the occasion. And we're seeing basketball teams create those at the moment and dropping them in the States of historic matches. So if you can go away and you can take that moment in time that I was there moment, that I think will be something will be adopted over the next few years. But I think it's getting to that stage where there is the UX and UI of the consumer for hundreds of thousands of people to not have that barrier to get to the stadium. That's the big barrier.
Thank you very much, Dan. Unfortunately, our time is up. I would like to thank you for being here as a panelist, and for the audience for listening. I will hand it over now to Dan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so we're going to have a conversation about Web3 Foundation. And we're very fortunate to have a man who, besides his role, is a semi-professional cyclist. If you're looking for a podcast suggestion, you might consider Relay Chain. And he's worked in the aerospace industry for a while. He is the technical integrations lead at Web3 Foundation. Please welcome Joe to the stage.
Thanks. So this talk has kind of come out of, it's been formulating, I guess, like very abstractly for the last 2 or 3 years working on Polkadot. And now that we've launched the first 6 parachains on Kusama, a lot of it's starting to become more real and kind of able to talk about it more concretely. And just the whole point of this is like how the way that the application architecture is going to change for applications that are built on blockchain going forward. I think like something to keep in mind during this whole talk, I maybe should have made a slide for it, but I didn't think of it until after I submitted them, is that you very rarely interact with a blockchain directly. So if you use like an application on Ethereum or something like an NFT marketplace or something, you might be connected to MetaMask for a wallet, and if it's telling you what tokens are under your address, it's actually connected to like Etherscan, some kind of like indexing platform, and that's connected to nodes that are run by like Infura or something. So you're very rarely, like as a user, interacting directly with the logic on a blockchain. And so when we start talking about having like multiple blockchains coming out in the world, which whether they're all connected like Parachains and Polkadot, or we just see like a lot of other blockchains being launched in the last year, kind of whether you like it or not, there's a lot of blockchains being developed and applications are going to be built across multiple blockchains. And a lot of this infrastructure stuff about like wallets and indexing changes fundamentally when you introduce more than one blockchain. So I want to talk a little bit about kind of the trends that we're seeing and some of the new challenges that imposes. Do I have to point this at something? Or is it backwards? Well, there it goes. Okay, oh, that went too far, I think. All right, anyway, so what's wrong with like a single blockchain in general? So a blockchain is basically a computer. It's a virtual representation of a single computer. If you look back to like all the consensus research from like the 60s and 70s about what consensus is in a network, it's how do you make a network of computers appear as a single computer to a user. So if a blockchain is like a single computer, it makes sense that we would want to specialize them. Oh, thanks. So we have lots of different computers today. So if you go on like Amazon or like DigitalOcean or something, you'll see different computers for like file storage, compute, graphics. We have computers for mobile. And not only do we have lots of different types of computers, but even if you have like generalized personal computers, we like to all have our own and connect them in a network and not just have one global shared computer. So it kind of makes sense that in blockchains, people would want to do the same thing. If you have this simulation of a computer, people are going to want to optimize it for different use cases, and they're going to want to connect them together. And what we saw with like Ethereum and like smart contracts is that we just had this like trend towards generalization. So we have like one blockchain that kind of does everything generally, and you can like deploy tons of different applications, and you can compose them and make them interact. And what actually makes them secure and able to interact together is that they share some execution and consensus logic. So they have some kind of like shared context about what is actually in the final state and what is not. And actually bridging chains makes that much more complicated because you have to trust the consensus system of the chain that you're receiving messages from. And so this brought up all kinds of issues, bridging blockchains, and then putting them all on a single blockchain, like a smart contract chain, makes that a lot simpler because they're on one blockchain, so they don't have to trust any external consensus. But you end up with this problem with gas metering. It's really slow and inefficient. So every time you do an operation, you kind of have to check, like, how much gas do I have left in this transaction? How much does the next operation cost? You need to debit that upcoming gas before you can even apply the next step in the transaction. And that's also that like people can't deploy like an infinite loop that would take down the entire chain. But it's also really wasteful and slow. So if you think about something, gas metering is really useful. You let anybody deploy this untrusted code, but you have a lot of functions that actually should be trusted. So like an ERC20 transfer, we've probably had millions or tens of millions of times that an ERC20 token has been transferred. Why do you need to measure every single step of that every single time? You know how many resources it takes, so it's wasteful to gas meter it. So is this one not connected, or is it just really lagging? There it goes. Yeah, so with a specialized chain, we can reduce the bottleneck of a shared system. And Parachains and Polkadot can encode their logic directly in the runtime. So rather than putting some kind of like function in a smart contract, you can just put it directly in the blockchain interface. And since it's in the blockchain interface, it doesn't need to be metered. And so I actually just put an example. This might be scary for some people, but it's actually quite simple. Yeah. This is just a function that's in the first parachain that launched on Kusama called StateMine, and it's to clear the metadata. So if you have like a token, you'd have an address for this token, but then you also have this other metadata about the token, like a name, a symbol, number of decimals, and stuff like this. And if you think about like the idea of gas metering as to prevent people from deploying code with untrusted, like infinite loops or something that could clog up the system, if you just look at this function really quickly, it just checks who signed the message. It looks up the asset. So you provided an asset in the function call. It checks to make sure that you actually own the assets so that other people can't change your metadata information, or in this case, clear it. And then it just removes the metadata from storage and returns a deposit and gives an event that says, hey, your metadata has been cleared, and in Rust language, everything is OK. You can see very clearly from this simple function that there is no infinite loop. There's no loop at all. So why would you need to gas meter every step of this when you can actually benchmark it and just say this is how much time it takes to execute this function? There's no point in like measuring it along the way. And that's actually what the very first line is, that attribute on the top with the weight info, where we just say like this is how much it quote unquote weighs. So in that case, oops, I was supposed to go backwards, but in that case, smart contract blockchain actually isn't a generalized blockchain at all. It's actually specialized in something very specific, which is allowing untrusted parties to deploy untrusted code. So you can have all of these blockchains that are specialized in different things like identity or assets or NFTs or DeFi or whatever. And then you can also have a parachain or any blockchain that does smart contracts. And this is actually specialized just in letting anybody deploy code. So you wouldn't let somebody deploy arbitrary code to your identity blockchain because it's specialized in doing identity and you don't want people deploying other stuff to it. But if you have a smart contract blockchain, that's where people can deploy untrusted code. So when we start talking about like blockchains in or like having applications on multiple blockchains, we need a new approach to developing infrastructure. So kind of like all this tooling that I mentioned, like wallets and indexers and infrastructures, they all need to adapt. And you can have all of these different attributes about an address. So like an address, it can hold assets, it can deploy contracts, it can exist in like certain memberships on chain, it can hold balances of currencies. And so this is an example from MetaMask. You can kind of choose like which network you want to point it to. You can point it to like Ethereum or an Ethereum testnet or multiple other chains that are compatible with this Ethereum format. And it asks you like, well, what's the address of the node that you want to connect to? That's this RPC URL. And you have to tell it. And so this doesn't really work anymore if you're just pointing your wallet at a single blockchain, because that one address can actually exist in multiple different contexts. So before even getting like application development, we have like a big user interface problem in like this MetaMask example of like, well, which wallet or which blockchain do you actually connect your wallet to? So you can kind of think of this wallet in a multi-chain system. And this screenshot I put over on the right here is just from Kusama. So we have this like on-chain council where people can be members. And so one of these addresses, it can hold assets on Statement is the name of this parachain that manages assets, fungible and non-fungible assets. You can see that some of these addresses have a green check mark next to them and a name. And these have actually had an identity attested to by some registrar. And then these are members of an on-chain council. So like these are counselors. They can also participate in staking. They can own contracts on parachains. So just a single address can actually do a lot of different things on different chains. And so if you're a user interface or a wallet, you can't just connect to a single blockchain anymore. You have to connect to a bunch of different blockchains. No, there it goes. So yeah, kind of beyond like the user interface level, how can these different blockchains actually interact with each other? So if you kind of think of like, so if we take this example of Statement, it's for fungible and non-fungible assets. So you could have an NFT on Statement, and one way to use this blockchain would say like, okay, we're going to use this blockchain to represent NFTs because we're kind of happy with like the data structure and information that comes along with the NFT on it. But then we're not going to do anything there. We're just going to like transfer it to another chain. So there's lots of examples of this of like where they're using like cross-chain messaging in Polkadot or bridges that you can transfer some information over to another blockchain and have that bridge. So one way to kind of go about developing an application in this way would be to just send the NFT from Statement over to some other chain and then use it normally kind of in the context of that chain. But still you're limited by that single chain and its functionality, and also this principle of don't repeat yourself. So if you have a single NFT and you have, say, 20 or 100 different blockchains that you want to use it on, why are you copying the same information? That's completely wasteful and ridiculous to be copying the same set of information about the same NFTs in multiple different places. So another way to do this would actually be to use it asynchronously. And so you could have all of this logic on other blockchains, but then just send the execution like instructions to statements. So the example I put here in this little diagram would be you could have an NFT marketplace as an application, and when a user wants to transfer an NFT, it actually goes into a smart contract that has some logic about that particular instance of an NFT. And that contract might say, hey, the person who created this NFT, whether it's the artist or sports team or whatever, has said that they only want it to be transferable if it's being transferred to somebody who has an identity that's been attested to. So this smart contract can send a message to another chain that specializes in identity and say, hey, does this address that we want to transfer to, does it actually have an identity registered? And the identity chain can reply and say yes or no. And then the contract can send another cross-chain message, just an instruction to the blockchain that actually holds the NFT and say, here's a batch of instructions. It might just be one, it might be 100 different transfers, and say, okay, we actually want to make this transfer. And of course, if it didn't have an identity register, then the contract would just pick that up and say, no, we're not actually going to execute this transfer. And so this actually keeps like the data stored about NFTs or fungible assets or something stored in a single place, and it lets you isolate the logic into all these different specialized blockchains, which is just, it's a lot more efficient. So you're just taking some information and representing it in one place and letting that specialized logic deal with it. So the blockchain that has a smart contract on it, why would you want to do a transfer there? That has to be gas metered every step of the way, when you could do that transfer much cheaper and much more efficiently on a blockchain that was actually specialized in doing transfers and dealing with fungible and non-fungible assets. And then there's a lot of tools that need to evolve as well. So it's not just the using, but like how do we actually go about evaluating what we did? And we kind of talk about like what's kind of like the auditability like advantages of using blockchain, that you can kind of see like all this, the trace of everything that happened since the beginning of time. So when you have a single blockchain, it's really easy to answer this question of like, well, okay, I made a transaction, what happened? And you just kind of like put the transaction hash into Etherscan, and it tells you like, okay, you made this transaction, and a bunch of tokens got transferred or something else happened. But with cross-chain messaging, it becomes a lot more difficult because the messaging is asynchronous. So you might go through a block execution, and at the end of that block, you've dispatched the messages, which are going to get picked up in the next, or maybe 2 or 3 blocks from some other blockchain, and it's going to execute those instructions. And then it could have second-order messages. So as a result of executing those messages, it could send off more messages. And so when you have multiple blockchains, it becomes a lot more difficult to answer this question of like, well, what happened when I made this transaction? You need to be able to index all of these different blockchains and link them together and say, well, somebody made a transaction on this chain, but it actually resulted in all these state changes on other chains. And this is kind of where like the contextual guarantees become really important, and where bridging becomes really difficult between different systems. So if you bridge kind of like between these other independent blockchains like Ethereum and Tezos and stuff, you end up trusting the other system. So the thing that lets contracts on Ethereum actually interact and in a trustless way is that if you have like, say, contract A and contract B, and they send a cross-contract call to each other, contract B knows that there's no situation where it's possible that contract A is reverted to a state prior to having sent that message, but B has acted on it. Because if it were actually reverted, then B would get reverted as well to before that state. And so you really need that guarantee. You don't want to have one blockchain send a message off to another blockchain, have that one be attacked and actually reverted to not having sent that message, but have the receiving blockchain actually have acted on that message as if the instructions were valid. And so that's kind of like there's only a few minutes left, but that's kind of like the whole underpinning design of Polkadot, of that basically like that can't happen. You have all these parachains that always stay, they share contextual information about their execution and finality. And so that's what enables them to interact trustlessly, even in an asynchronous manner and across multiple blockchains. So kind of like what's next in Polkadot and Kusama stuff. So we've sent the Kusama token between the relay chain and multiple parachains. So this is using like this trusted teleport feature where we basically say like, well, everybody trusts the relay chain because that's what actually provides the security for the whole system. So we can just send this token KSM from the relay chain to parachains and back, and we kind of know that this is trusted. What we're working on now is cross-chain reserve-backed asset transfers. So this would be for assets that are not the Kusama native token, but would come from like Statement or some other parachain where they can actually like check these out into other parachains. So you could have like parachain A and parachain B, and one of these other parachains, like Statements, would keep track of like, okay, well, like I've sent 10,000 of this token to A and 15,000 to B, and they can kind of like sort out how they allocate those tokens, but no more than that can ever come back. So this is like a reserve-backed transfer where one parachain kind of keeps track of like which other parachains actually own its assets. And we have quite a few applications in development that harness cross-chain functionality, kind of across like the whole suite that I've mentioned, like so wallets, actual parachains that send messages to each other, and infrastructure, and like tooling and indexing. And in cross-chain messaging, we have version 1, which is just launching like this week, basically. It's live on Kusama. Version 2 is already in development, and this is going to provide like a lot more kind of like semantics about response and error handling, and telling the sender, like the provenance parachain, what happened as a result of the message. So in version 1, we kind of do this thing where it broadcasts this message, and so if you're parachain A and you send this message to parachain B, you have this guarantee that they're going to execute it, but you don't have a guarantee of like, is it going to succeed, right? You could say like, I want to make this balance transfer, and if the account doesn't have enough tokens in it, it's not going to succeed, it's going to fail. So right now in version 1, it just kind of like, you send a message out and you're like, okay, I hope this works. And in version 2, we actually have quite a bit more like semantics and syntax around being able to handle the results of executing messages on other chains. And on Polkadot, we're just working out some of the final kinks on Kusama, and parachains should be very soon. And that was my talk, so thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've got one more conversation from an incredible man, big personality, award-winning human being. Do you see this? Do you want this? It's really easy. All you need to do is tell me one thing that you've learned this morning. At any point today, that's all you got to tell me. One thing that you've learned, and then we've got just any thought from today. Go on.
I learned that the regulatory side needs to be in lockstep with technology deployment in NFTs. Otherwise, you have problems with IP.
All right, here we go. That is for you. Woo!
It's for my daughter. She told me to get one.
It's for you. You can give it to your daughter. I'll take the mic back. I've gotten better at this catching skills. This next gentleman is truly incredible. His work has been featured in LA and in New York and in Las Vegas, in some of the best cities in the Middle East and Europe and others. He actually won the His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Creative Sports Award. Some things I need to read off because that's a name that I wouldn't remember in my head. And that's out in the Middle East for beach polo, which is super interesting. I don't know what beach polo is. Do you know what beach polo is, Ralph? Yeah? How do you play beach polo?
You put the pool from St. Moritz to the beach, that's quite easy.
But is this polo like with the horses, right?
Yeah, with the horses.
So you bring the horses to the beach. Do they go in the water as well?
I don't think so.
Could be. I mean, I could just bring him here and ask him, but I think it's more interesting talking about this sport innovation without him here. Yeah, we are going to bring him on in a second. We're going to get a couple slides up for the gentleman as well. But actually, maybe, you know what? Sam, if you don't mind, why don't you come join us and just talk to us about the beach polo part, and then we'll get your presentation going in a second. Sam? Sam. He's coming! Okay, let's give a hand to Sam. Come on, Sam, come on. So.
Stop. Where are the people?
The people.
I need to know, where are the guests? Where are the people? Where are the audience?
All on the cameras over here.
I just saw they started with around 2,000 people, and now I see only 50.
Oh, that's, you know,
I have to change my dress maybe or something.
You can take your jacket off, but the people are on the camera, so you gotta look at the red
I'm
light.
talking to the cameras people.
Yes,
You know,
that's where the audience is.
I have listened to Joe. I didn't understand one word.
Okay.
So we need it all by email again, right? Because it was a bit technical, but he was extremely competent.
Sometimes we go deep, and now with you, we're gonna go mega trends, right? We're gonna go macro.
Yeah.
But before that, what is beach polo? Can you tell me?
Beach polo. Beach polo was an invention of mine in 2004. So, you know polo, all of you, and polo is a huge field, and people can't follow really the game. They just enjoy the champagne.
Yes.
And then we said, let's make it different. I invented the sport 2004. We were sitting with some friends together and said, let's play polo on the beach.
Okay.
Because Switzerland has polo on snow.
Okay.
And so what they can, we can do better.
Yeah.
So, okay. So then we developed it and made it, and it became now the only modern sport in the Arab world being exported. And so it became very successful. We sold it to over 44 cities around the world.
Yeah.
And since then, polo is being played in 44 cities every year except the Corona period maybe. But now they're starting again, and it became a really successful project. And so some people recognized it and gave me like a nice piece of metal out of gold.
Yes, we did read out about that creative award, plus for all the other work that you do with the consulting and other things. So now, one more time, that his presentation is ready, and because he obviously cannot see the virtual audience, which none of us can, so you guys have to clap for yourself and the virtual audience. Please give it up for the wonderful Sam.
I think now put the light back on the audience. I'd like to see them. I like to talk with the audience, not like why we don't get some Red Bull for everybody, because I think we need to freshen up a little bit. So, we are talking about a megatrend. So what is megatrend actually? Megatrends are influencing actually the current time and as well, obviously, the future. So you hear megatrends related to climate change. You're going to hear megatrends related to anything like water scarcity, food security, and all the rubbish. But there's as well a positive megatrend, which is what we're doing here. And what we're doing here is changing the world. And I'm telling you something. You have a huge responsibility. Because before I met Ralph and Matthias, I thought all of you are aliens. And then I got to know what you're really talking about it, and I still think you are aliens because it doesn't stop. So what we're doing here is actually changing the world, and what's happening here is once in a 1,000 years of time. So we need to really realize what's happening. We're inventing the world together like what was with internet, flying, driving, electricity, telecommunication, all at the same time, and it's not even a fraction of that what we're doing. So it's a chance which we will never have again probably in our lifetime, but with that comes a huge responsibility because only 3% of action investment is happening in the blockchain world, right? Somebody will correct me, 3.5 or 4, that means almost nothing. And the place is already very crowded. So blockchain has a community now. But this community, when I listen to people and talk to them and I say, guys, why is it always the same group of people? So I'm based in Dubai, and I saw at each of the conference always kind of the same of the crowd. But we have to pick up the rest of the world. And that is our job. We can go wider in our community to be actually getting recognized on the right way. Because still, we're going to be questioned, and people talk about scams and all these weird words. We have to be seen serious. So the whole world is watching us and waiting for us. And how do we present ourselves? Because what I'm seeing is that most of the people are cooking their own cake instead of cooking a big buffet where everybody can eat from. And I think this is the conversion we have to think, and we have to put our mindset. But the market is crowded, and it seems unclear for most of the people how to access it. I speak to many, many people which have nothing to do with this world, and they all have a big question mark. Because their bankers say we are bad people. So I say, when you meet us, you don't bring your banker with you, because he will still question, because he's fearing his job for tomorrow. So the industry will face challenges. The industry face question marks in all directions of our business and operations. So what are the barriers? We have a lot of barriers which will come from individuals and as well from organizations, which I'm not going to list up here because you can upload the presentation. But there are a lot of barriers which are actually stopping the growth in a wider audience, because so far we're going only deep. Well, how do we position ourselves? And my speech, I wanted to focus on it, how we as humans and people can impact to invite the wider community and to invite more people to come into this big game of changing the world. So, very simple. We have to personalize all our approaches and our market development to recognize and roll the empowerment and ideas and solutions we might bring up. Because there are so many of them outside there, and everybody is doing it his way, and without actually cooperating with others. Everybody's looking for the benefit, for investment, and whatever. But where's actually the platform of communication we can raise together? Well, what do we need to do? We have to create upgraded awareness. We have to create positive expectations, instigate positive methods, being influential, and thus being effective. So I always say to the people, co-create and not dictate. And nobody wants to be dictated, nobody wants to be lectured, but people want to co-create, and that is actually the key. Feel engaged and not forced. We need to have people want to be part of the community. And again, I'm talking to the people, they are not in the community. And I'm talking about the people, and I have with Ralph soon a meeting with people. They made their billions, and they said, you know what, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you lecture us? Can you actually tell us how it works? So I don't know who speaks German. There's a show called Sendung mit der Maus. Okay? This is the way we have to take the approach. Because when you have somebody like Joe talking, what's going to happen to these people? They will just run away because they're not expert. But the people who are expert will enjoy what he talked about, right? And that is actually the difference we have to look at. So, means we have to be inclusive and not exclusive, because we seem to be exclusive in many occasions we are actually presenting ourselves. So we have actually to welcome people with open hands and actually get them step by step into our direction. The target audiences, you know them better than me. I'm not going to list them up, but it is not only investors, which you know, it's government authorities, it's leading institutions, it's strategic investors, obviously, which has nothing to do with that one, but as well corporations which actually would like to place a product within our world, but they don't know about it how and what is the opportunity out of it. They're completely far away from it. How do we make it happen? We have to create positive stories, very simple stories, success stories, beautiful stories, which relates these people into our world and actually locate them as well to understand and feel us. So, what we need to do in all of the occasions where we meet people, we have to create ambassadors, to make them community ambassadors, give them success stories, give them ideas, give them opportunities, engage them and make them the ambassadors. And that is actually the core which I would like to focus on, just to make sure that people talk right way about us. Because we need to make sure that everybody has a common understanding of how to communicate the outside world in our new world. Well, we all know the whole platforms, but when we talk about our image in general, whatever we do, this is probably live events and websites. When we talk about industries, usually it's LinkedIn. When we talk about the viral reach, YouTube and Facebook, and the communities, Facebook and Instagram. These are the channels which people actually make the decision on by 67% currently. So, all starts with the right awareness. So our foundation should be the brand we develop, the sustainability we have to reflect, as well the corporate and strategy, international, and the goal-driven approach. We all have it, but, and here I can see there's a timer on that one. So what do we need further to develop? It's the right understanding for our world and business. What is the key to be developed? Invest in the right content marketing, establish responsible media presence, and create the right mindset. What is essential to be developed? Very simple, trust. What you are now, is that what you have done in the past? What you will be tomorrow, is that what you do today? And trust is extremely heavily earned, but you can lose it in a second. And we can't tolerate people that do the bad side, and we know maybe who they are. We have to empower the right people, and we have to disempower actually and knock down the people that actually disturb the development of trust in our industry. Only then we can fly higher than we expect. Well, this is all trust will support and will be our positive ripple effect. So we established a community, and I would say the blockchain world and the whole events we're doing is actually a great, great program, and to invite people and to bring people to the level where we want to be. We have our conferences where we create thought leaders and smart solutions, but I always say our approach should be very simple. It's the wheelchair effect. Do you know the wheelchair effect? Okay, very simple. A person is handicapped, and we have the wheelchair. He makes a smart investment. Outcome, person is mobile, and we make the profit. This is how simple we have to explain it to the people that have nothing to do with our industry. We're making our approach is extremely complex. Until now, maybe I got from this whole what you know, maybe 10, 15%. It's enough for the outside world, but it's far away from that what you are. So we have to simplify the whole approach on how we talk to people. And that's what I call the wheelchair effect. And only then we can get the people up from outside into our new community and actually develop the world we are focused on. Very simple. We have to create a symphony between commercial, sustainable success, and making a positive impact within the blockchain crypto community that everyone will benefit from. That's it. But one more thing I have to say.
Go on.
One more thing.
Please say.
You know, I respect your time. Don't worry. Tracy, she's looking there backstage. Yeah, my time. So very simple. Looking, I have seen now, I've been here yesterday and the day before and in Dubai, all the conferences. Can somebody tell me why 98% only are men? Guys, listen. I have Amrita, I have here to... Now seriously, making the deals, men are the best. Good. But protecting your business, women are much better. So you need to empower these ladies, I'm telling you, to protect your business. They are much better than us. We go to the edge, we have an ego, but they don't have it. They want to protect the family. So I would love to see with the next sessions we have, minimum 40 to 50% ladies, and I hope we can make it happen. That is my last message.
Super. Thank you very much. That away, Sam. I'll take that.
Thank you.
And you'll be back again.
And give some Red Bull to the guys.
Yes. I think for COVID reasons, we cannot give that Red Bull to people. But what we're going to do is we have the co-head of CV Labs here, the wonderful Tracy. We're going to be talking about something that's very close to my heart, which is blockchain entrepreneurship on the African continent, because sometimes the greatest way forward may not be in established places like here, but possibly in new territory. So with that conversation, Tracy and the gang, let's give them a hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Physically here, online, thanks for joining us. We're quite pleased to be gathering physically here in Crypto Valley, of course. However, we'll be taking you on a bit of a journey to another continent on this lovely planet. And I am joined today by three lovely individuals that have quite a bit of experience in the region, and I'm very happy to have them here. I'm joined by Gideon Graves. He is Managing Director for Africa at CBVC. By Gisela Roth, she is a Program Manager for SECO, so for the Swiss government, and Rico Pang, Managing Partner at Sanctum. Welcome, guys, and thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Of course. Now, for those of you who may not have their expertise, I would be quite keen to hear from you guys what Africa's local blockchain and entrepreneurial landscape looks like today and how has it evolved in recent years, particularly in terms of support or interest from both within the public and the private sector.
Yeah, it's an interesting question from an African perspective. First of all, I'm from South Africa. I was born and raised there. I live in Cape Town, so any answers you get from me are going to be extremely optimistic about South Africa and, of course, the continent in general. In terms of the entrepreneurial ecosystem from a blockchain perspective, but also just from a tech environment or a startup environment, I always say that Africa, to a certain extent, has the ability to tell the future or kind of predict what is coming into the market. So I think being in Africa, you have that unique kind of position where you can follow the international trends. Not all of them suit the African market, of course, and then you can kind of predict as to when they will start becoming more prominent in Africa. From a blockchain perspective, though, being a leapfrog population, the adoption specifically in South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria is extremely positive. In terms of the landscape, just being on the ground, what I've seen the last, let's say, around 8 years is a lot of venture studios opening up, a lot of international incubation programs, acceleration programs coming into Africa and basing themselves specifically in South Africa. Co-working hubs, WeWork has got offices now in South Africa as well. So it looks very, very positive, and it's come from a place where there has been a lot of turmoil and political issues and so on. But as someone once told me recently, that the opportunity to invest in African startups is almost like arbitrage, because there's so much opportunity there. Some kind of basic facts, I guess, to look at. I was reading something recently from the African Development Bank, where they did a study that shows that 22% of working age Africans are starting their own business, which actually leans to the fact that it's the highest entrepreneurial rate in the world, which is very fascinating. And looking at the traction that we've had in the last 2 years, so on the African continent, there's over the last 2 years is when we've kind of had the uptake with regards to unicorns coming into the market. So there's been 7 unicorns the last 2 years, all of which are in the fintech space. Last week we had OPay that got their $2 million status from a round that was led by SoftBank. So out of those 7, 6 are in the fintech space, and 1, being Jumia, the e-commerce platform in Nigeria. So that kind of just shows you the traction and the positive vibe that we have, I guess, for Africa that's starting to come about.
Yeah, Gisela, I'd be quite keen to hear a government's experience in the evolution.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so we are working in development cooperation, and I think you have very well covered the private sector side. So maybe, I could not agree more. Well, maybe just on South Africa, as South Africa and Ghana are our second priority countries in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, the unemployment rate is quite high, so there are a lot of young people, I think, that are really desperate, and so I think kind of creating a business, of course, is also a solution. And from the government perspective, I mean, we also see very positive signals. There is a great interest. We see it in both our priority countries, so I think also from the other African countries, both in emerging technologies. I mean, you can achieve a lot with mobile money, the fintech space. You've mentioned it. I mean, the governments, they are really very interested in engaging the fintechs, but also providing support actually to the entrepreneurs in trying to find solutions of how to provide access to finance, which is one of the key constraints for entrepreneurs. And so yeah, I think I can just echo that from the public sector perspective.
Absolutely. Now now that we have a bit of an understanding of the current state of things, I'd like to move on to the opportunity in the space, right? So what or how can emerging technology help foster social and economic development on the African continent, and what makes blockchain in particular very attractive in that regard? I know, Rico, you guys are very active over there, so I'd be quite keen to hear from you.
So I've been sitting on a number of startup pitches, especially looking at entrepreneurs pitching from Africa region. We realized that they are very competitive compared to all the other regional entrepreneurs, and they are actually in a very good position because they jumpstart from era with smartphones. And that changes the way they view things. Their values is different. They are hungry for new, faster, efficient solutions. The cost of implementation could be higher, as we are looking for talents in technical side of things. There are pretty lack of those talents at the moment, and which is why we believe that more institutions and educational sector should go into this market and upgrade the skill sets and creating more talents to sustain this growth in the tech development side of things. A lot of investors are jumping into this market. From many sovereign funds are into this region. We see a lot of opportunity. We foresee that the next 10 to 20 years, Africa region will be the biggest growth for GDP. So we are constantly looking into entrepreneurships and talent search, especially in the blockchain sector in Africa region.
Absolutely.
And if I may add, Tracy, I mean, from a development cooperation perspective, what is very nice with kind of the leapfrogging that you mentioned before, Gideon, that especially also there are opportunities for the poor population with all these new means and blockchain. We see there also a huge possibility for them to access to markets, to jobs, and also to services.
On the one hand, an opportunity, but what are some of the main, let's say, roadblocks or key pain points that prevent locally grown entrepreneurships, or at least make it more difficult?
I think one of the challenges is the infrastructure that is existingly available. So I think there's a lot of need to actually build infrastructure in order for, blockchain or IoT or internet speed to be capable and available to the people in certain region. So I believe that a lot of entrepreneurs are actually lack of those support, and of course, because of the infrastructure concern and challenges, a lot of tech couldn't be developed and it's very costly. But however, we're looking at a lot of them interested into the crypto and blockchain space. We have one of our project which has a crypto to voucher, cash voucher platform where they can purchase cash voucher using crypto, and that was driving a lot of local people using those solutions, and they are pretty ready for tech like this. So in the payment sector, in transaction sector, that will be a lot of huge growth in terms of retail market. We see that a lot of them are actually coming out to actually start trading as well. A lot of them are actually involved in community services on Telegram groups when we hire CMs and growth hackers. So we see that they are actually part of the crypto communities in the market. So I believe that there are a lot of talents that could be explored. We are particularly interested to set up a World Blockchain Center as a non-profit organization to actually look into exploring talents, especially in the underdeveloped countries in Africa region, and also particularly on youth age 15 and above that are disabled, autistics, orphans, single-parent children, to actually support them, give them the environment, and teach them how to code. Because we realize that in the whole blockchain community, we are really short of coders. And I think this initiative will be something that we'll be working closely with CVVC moving forward, and many of our global leaders on this ecosystem growth.
Yeah. From my side, there are two things that I see on the ground. The one is you mentioned the vast amount of talent that we have on the African continent, right? The one issue that we have is because there isn't necessarily a strong pipeline for them to funnel into, post their kind of education, we often lose talent to large corporations or they actually leave the continent. So that's the one issue, which I think CVVC is really trying to solve. Specifically from a blockchain perspective, the ecosystem is growing from a startup perspective. Blockchain is a little bit disjointed. I mentioned earlier some accelerators and incubators that have come to base themselves in Africa. CVVC, proud to say that we'll be the first in Africa from a blockchain perspective, and creating the ecosystem, leveraging off of Crypto Valley and our public-private partnership with the Swiss government as well, I think will kind of bring about a pipeline that will solve a lot of those problems and challenges that we have. And then lastly, the other thing is the negative connotation from an international investment perspective when looking into South Africa. So just trying to really grow the brand of Africa and to try and make it look more secure, because it is. If you're dealing with the right people on the ground in South Africa, there's massive opportunity.
Absolutely. You've already hinted a bit that these challenges present essentially opportunities for collaboration. But I'm wondering if you can sort of specifically, let's say, further explain what those cooperative measures actually can look like, because I know you're all to a certain degree involved, right?
Yeah. So I think Gislo, you'll give some great feedback on that. From my experience over the last 3 months, what's been fantastic to have this relationship is that there's a lot of credibility that comes from having this partnership, specifically in Africa when we're engaging with different investors and different stakeholders, startups. So I think that's one of the important parts. The other one is that, specifically in Africa with regards to regulation, if you're in the crypto space, there's always going to be potentially a roadblock that you might hit from a regulatory point of view. And if you have Switzerland as your partner, I mean, what better partner to have, right?
Absolutely. Gisela?
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, on the blockchain side, of course, we, at least from the development cooperation, and we are not specialists in blockchain, so I think for us that's actually very interesting, especially moving forward with the emerging technologies, because there is such a huge potential. But as you said, with the regulations and so on, I mean, of course, the governments, they need also to be brought in. So for us, also the ecosystem, you know, it is all of the actors. And we know also from the South African government, actually, that they have a great interest in the blockchain area. And they also, they have a fintech vision, and so I think it's really interesting to have this partnership. For us, it's rather kickstarting, that afterwards just supporting the private sector to see the opportunities, and then that it can take off. Because our role is really, we always need to see the public good aspect of our intervention. So for us, this partnership is really just kicking off and showing that it works, actually.
So I think on the CBD side of things with the African Union, that will be something that we'll be looking forward to develop with the government sectors, and we're approaching them from a top-down approach by bringing in more talents and mentorship program to train the local communities up in the coding sectors and education sectors. And think through the blockchain infrastructure as well, many of the exchanges, many of other big blockchain companies are exploring various opportunities in Africa, different countries, as we are aware of. So I believe in the next 2 to 3 years, there will be much more activities around South Africa and Nairobi and a few of the other African bigger countries. In terms of the investment coming in, we are constantly searching for talents in the region. So if there's anyone who are watching this, feel free to contact us.
All right, now perhaps just on a quick closing note, I'd be quite keen to know from each of you which region, I mean, obviously Africa is a fairly large continent, which region are you watching most closely at this point in time?
Yeah, so from our side, it's been the three big ones, so South Africa, Nigeria, and Kenya. And we can actually see now from the data that we're getting from the applications that we have for our acceleration program or our incubation program that's starting off now, is that the majority of the applications are coming from those regions. So that's where there's a lot of focus. Of course, we see talent and exceptional startups from all over the continent, but that's kind of the three big regions.
I would maybe add Ghana, of course, because it's our priority country and because I know it very well. And we have seen that there is really a lot of traction. And we also had actually just yesterday a discussion with JPAL from South Africa, a research institute. And they also said Ghana is very interesting for them because they are doing so much actually in the fintech space. So it's less on the blockchain side. But I would say, I mean, we know that the government is interested in blockchain. They think about regulatory sandboxes and these kind of things. So, yeah, but I mean, there are certainly more.
For us, it's more of South Africa, Congo, DRC, and Nigeria. So these are the few countries that will be our priority in the African region.
All right, I think it's safe to say we'll all be keeping a very close eye in the near future. Well, thank you so much for your attention, guys. Thank you three for lending us your expertise for a short 15 minutes. It's been a pleasure. And I believe at this point I get to hand things back over to Dan. Thank you, everyone.
All right, super. Thank you, guys. And to all of you, let's go get a tea coffee break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about blockchain and art, blockchain and music, blockchain and El Salvador, and so much more. See you very soon. All right. I hope we're ready for part 2 for today. We're going to be focusing on art, music, South America, and so much more. Hope you guys are excited for what is going to be an unusual presentation. We always try to bring things a little bit different, and I promise, having looked at some of the slides, this one's going to be a little bit different. But what else do you expect from a world-class, top-in-the-game artist and collector? He's a recipient of a Rockefeller supported grant in Mexico, regular column on artnet.com. He's written for a lot of major publications that you and I are familiar with, like the New York magazines, the Times, and others. He curates and exhibits in art museums all around the world and galleries for the last 30 years. An incredible artist and collector. Please welcome the wonderful Kenny.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for coming into the room and listening. And there's no coffee here, so I'll try to keep you awake. It's funny because I've given 20 lectures about tech to art crowds, but never a talk about art to a tech crowd. So this is kind of exciting and virgin territory for me. And I don't need to say much about NFTs. Everybody knows about this wild explosion of interest and market in this sector. And I'm going to address a few issues in this space. So we've all heard about profile picture avatars, starting with the crypto punks. I have to say, like, when I first heard about the punks coming from the fine art world, I scratched my head and I thought, what the F-U-C-K? And we've all heard recently about, the punks have now sold for $11 million, I think is the record. And I remember, like, when I first came into the art world, because I'm completely self-taught, I've been involved in the traditional fine art world for 35 years. I teach at the University of Zurich art and economics for the past 10 years and been involved with exhibitions all over. And when I first heard about the punks, I thought it was crap. At the same time, I thought the same thing about Andy Warhol when I first heard about him. And I grew to learn about it, to appreciate it, and to grow to understand it. And the same thing has happened with the punks. You've probably all are very familiar with artblocks.io and generative art. And recently, an NFT from that space just made $6 million. So the first slide was really just a Google of scary baby images. None of those were NFTs. And the second images were screensavers, which some will say a lot of generative art has come to resemble. But as I said, I have really gotten over my skepticism. I've been making digital art myself for 30 years, but because I write and I teach and I curate, no one has really ever taken me seriously as an artist until I got involved with NFTs and had my first drop at Nifty Gateway a year ago. And since then, not a day in my life has been the same or not been touched by this whole movement. And it's nothing short of a revolution. And I think that it's incredible that it's only been 2 years. And the market for NFTs have grown to $2.5 billion in the first quarter of this year. During the tragedy of COVID, our connection and assimilation of technology has probably been accelerated by 10 years. In the art world, maybe 20, because the art world, believe it or not, is among the most conservative industries in the world. Now you've seen there's Justin Sun, who bought an avatar picture of a rock for $500,000. That Bored Apes are trading for over $1 million. And I'm introducing myself, Crypto Mutts, one of these projects as well. But what's interesting about the Bored Ape Yacht Club, hard to get that out and funny to be talking about this crap at my age, about apes and punks, post-punks, giving post-punks a whole new meaning that I'm not quite sure how the Sex Pistols would feel about. But I'm introducing a series of my own. But the idea is taking this notion of a club and using NFTs as a way for, I've been writing for ArtNet for 30 years, and recently they erected a paywall, which I'm not too happy about, because what I really, really love about NFTs and the whole crypto space, it's almost like anarchistic in the old sense of the word. There really is something punk about this mentality of creating a whole new monetary system, which is that it? Do I have to go? They told me I'd have to be fast. I flew all the way here from New York, but I didn't think it was going to be that fast. The bell is tolling for me. Okay. I have 4 more minutes. So anyway, the Bored Ape Yacht Club is a club, allegedly, but all they're really offering the holders of the NFTs, besides giving them dogs now, in addition to their monkeys, but they're also like having exclusive access to merchandise. What I want to do with these mutts, I mean, my idea for the mutts was to take the penguins, the unicorns, you name the animal has turned into a 10,000 edition NFT avatar. But my idea is to really make it a club that offers something content-wise to the buyers of these very cheap, I might add, NFTs, and you'll have access. I'm going to leave ArtNet, and this is between us, leaving ArtNet as a platform because I really don't like the fact that they put up these barriers of entry and you have to pay $30 a month to read my writing. And what I really appreciate about crypto, which is very different from the traditional art world, is the lack of barriers to entry. And even though crypto, I mean, NFTs, don't be fooled, has its own gatekeeper system, nevertheless, it offers this kind of radicalized lack of hierarchies, lack of exclusivity, and really access to people from its melting geographical boundaries, etc. And I'll be curating the show in London in a few weeks at a new platform. By the time I finish talking, which I promise you will be very soon, there's going to be another 10,000 NFT platforms that have come online. And there's going to be a giant shakeout and consolidation in this space, as sure as anything. But what's interesting, here you have a very fascinating little chart which shows the largest sector of the market are these collectibles, the punks, the apes. Now you have the autoglyphs, which were made by Larva Labs, which did the punks. The record now for an autoglyph, there were 500 generated. What's interesting, it's completely on the blockchain, and the record is now over $1 million. But the funniest thing is the rarest NFTs are art. And one of ones, what you would think are even rarer and more covetable, but it takes a certain commitment of time, and art is a slow-burning process. Nothing happens quickly in the art world besides some price escalation of a certain few artists, and there's definitely a parallel between the traditional art world and the new digital market. This was a show that I curated at Nagel Draxler Gallery in Cologne, and they were kind of crypto cynics before they decided to make a leap of faith and invite me to curate the show. And I created what's interesting is that one of the criticisms besides environmental consumption and impact from mining of crypto is the fact that what does it look like? How do I display my digital art? And this was really one of the first, I love this word, phygital, which is like a combination of physical and digital. And you see work by one of the most fabulous artists in NFT space, Kevin Abash. Raya Myers is another artist who is on the wall. And Kevin Abash has been involved creating crypto art since 2013. And he has two series that you may have heard about. One is called 1111s, which premiered on OpenSea. And he traded, I think they retraded for about 450 ETH last week alone in the resale market. Also, NFTs offer a residual to artists that they never really had before, where the artist could stipulate getting anywhere from a few points to 20% as a resale. This is Theo Trianfilidis. I can never pronounce his name, so I had to cue myself in. But you could see that there's Osinachi is an amazing digital artist from Nigeria, and you could see that it not only works in the digital realm, but it also is an engaging physical presence. These are works on the left by Dot Pigeon, who's a young Italian artist who remains anonymous but goes by that name. In the middle is Robness. He's one of the early practitioners of what's called glitch art. And then on the upper right is a painter, Eva Berison, who also animates some of her more traditional painted work. On the right is Olive Allen, and on the left is Anna Ridler. And I think what spurred this whole craziness and in this market is the fact that there's over $1 trillion in market cap from Bitcoin in the last 10 years or so, and there was nothing really to spend it on. So there was this crazy pent-up demand to actually buy stuff with all of this newfound wealth that came out of the ether, so to speak. And that really fueled things. And already, the market shot up like mad. It went down maybe 80 or 90% in April, May, But since then, we're probably today at the highest point the NFT market has ever been in history. And I'll get to talking more about a bubble. You see tulips there. In 1637, a tulip bulb was about the equivalent of 90,000 euros in Holland, which was the equivalent of buying probably among the biggest houses in town. This is an artist called Rachel Rossin. And again, this is a painting with a 3D digital element embedded into the painting. She also makes NFTs exclusively. But I think what's important when you see this, I'm showing, normally you hear so much about, these high-profile Beeples of the world, and maybe some of you have heard of Ferocious. I mean, to hear myself speaking, that's why I call it baby-ism, because a lot of this stuff, which is selling for tens of millions of dollars, literally there's been probably over $1 billion of Larva Labs transactions since late 2017. But I wanted to focus more about the art itself in this case, and to know that if you take the time and the inclination and scratch the surface by looking at platforms like Super Rare, Nifty Gateway, Rareables, OpenSea, Makerspace, Known Origin, you find extraordinary masterpieces, and it's very much a misconception that art is expensive. I mean, if you ask most people in the street what they think about contemporary art, they'll talk about money and they'll talk about grift, which is a topic that's not terribly unfamiliar in the crypto sector. But again, people in the art world are pushing back and complaining a lot about how crypto art, NFT is only about money, it's about tax evasion, money laundering, and a whole litany of these terrible things. But normally, people would associate all of that with the traditional art market, and I think they're getting a bit jealous that someone's honing in on their territory. This was, in Zurich alone and in Switzerland, we have some of the greatest practitioners in this field. This was a show. It was curated by Georg Bach, who's in the audience, at Kate Voss Gallery, two extraordinary people, in addition to the gallery that I'm working with in Germany. They're going to open, I'm curating at Nagel Draxler, a kiosk in Art Basel in September, in the Basel Art Fair, which really shows you how fast. This is probably the crowning achievement in my entire career. And as you can see, I'm not young. And to be in the Basel Art Fair with NFT art in such a great established gallery, and they really went from being almost hesitant and skeptical about NFTs, and now they're going to open a standalone space in Berlin, which is all just tremendous inroads. Another quick thing, you could tell all the coffee and lack of sleep. I flew in from New York. I slept 4 hours and 2 nights. But I'm really sick and tired of all these platforms talking about establishing a bridge between the traditional art world, which is a $60 billion a year business, and then talking about making this bridge between the traditional art world and the digital art world. I'm not interested going forward, future, speaking like my kids of the traditional art world. I'm more interested in blowing those bridges up. And what the art world has been, I'll get into it a little more, but I think look, I'm in my very late 50s, and my life has been turned upside down. And the reason I started to lecture to my class at School of Visual Arts in New York and NYU, I think it's crazy and amazing that I could be teaching these young kids about something that they should be teaching me about, for Christ's sakes. And I'm not a coder. I could barely get my phone to function, part of the reason I have kids. But nevertheless, contemporary art is about culture, about politics, society, economics, all of these. It's like living in history, contemporary art. And technology is part of culture. It's part of our heritage, and it's part of, artificial intelligence is a misnomer. The intelligence comes from people programming computers. There's nothing artificial about it. And the art world is like human nature recoils from change, from something unfamiliar. Most people, and in the art world, they are particularly staid, archly conservative group of people, and they're pushing back and complaining about NFTs in every which way. In 5 years, every gallery is going to have a site as part of their website showing and selling NFTs. It's inevitable. So this was a great show that was in 2019, and it was the first time that the CryptoPunks had a big public showing. Kate Voss now has a show with Herbert Franke, who's a 94-year-old German writer, and generative art pioneer. So in the same way that people today want art that's easy on the mind, very obvious, like KAWS or Damien Hirst's newest work, who's also done NFTs, but everything's been done before. And a lot of this generative art, the pioneers are in their 90s now and have done this stuff since the 50s and 60s. But now NFTs are nothing. People ask me, what's an NFT? An NFT is nothing. An NFT is a tool. What I really love about NFTs, another piece by Herbert Franke, is the fact of a term that I coined, NFT-ism, which I'm trademarking, I might add. And it's really the community. It's the reason I've come here, and I flew from New York because this was really exciting to me to speak to a non-art specific crowd. Because I think, again, the art world has recoiled, pushed back, complained about the NFT world. You would think they would embrace a whole new audience of buyers. Everyone who's funded by crypto with this newfound wealth presents the future of the art buying public and the new constituency. And why wouldn't the art world embrace these new collectors, these new buyers, and these new makers? And really, in the tech sector, in the digital world, even Beeple, whose work, honestly, I'm not terribly fond of, but the fact is he was working for 13 years and never sold a single piece of art, but he was undeterred in his determination. And the digital world, in the art world, they would have said, cast him aside and say he's making digital graphics for Dolce & Gabbana and MTV and all that kind of stuff. In the art world, they're always pigeonholing you. You can't do this, you can't do that, you can't buy this piece of art. And the digital community, which is nothing short of a community, welcomed the fact that through his perseverance and diligence, he created work every day, which took a great, heroic human effort, and that was rewarded by lots of ETH. Proof of Art is the first, I know I got to wrap it up. Proof of Art is the first show of the history of NFT art in Linz. It's up in Austria until the 15th of September. This is a young Afro-Caribbean artist who lives in Panama. She's a genius. She will be in the show that I'm curating in London. She goes by the name IX Shells. She's now the highest price achievement for a female artist in the NFT space, $2 million for one work. And just this type of opportunities, instead of these like art elites in New York or London or in Zurich, no less, but this is really it's opened up these floodgates of presenting opportunities for a group of people that never had it before. This is installation from the show. This is an artist, Jonas Lund, who's turned his whole artistic practice. He's tokenized himself and created decentralized autonomous organization where stakeholders get to vote on the content of his work. This was a show he had at Johann Kone Gallery in Decentraland. Gretchen Andrew, she is an artist who made this generic kind of decorative work. Give me 3 more minutes. I extended to 15 minutes. I negotiated.
I'll go.
Give me 3 minutes. Anyway, she's selling a hack. She basically found a way to hack Google, and when you search for the most valuable female artist at auction, she comes up, even though she's never had any pieces to come up at auction, and she's making an NFT out of her hack, which is super cool. This is an artist I just found, and he took the punks, and the punks are now, there was a skit in America on Saturday Night Live months ago, and that just showed you, I have never seen anything. The tech sector, as you all know better than me, it moves at the speed of light. 1 year in the tech world is like 7 years of a dog's life. And like I said, I've never had more excitement, and you could see I'm a bit nuts. This passion is all like the past year of my life has been like the previous 20 years condensed into 5 minutes. This was a piece by an artist, Marco Brambilla. It's the Winklevoss twins. Every time they mentioned crypto hype, he made a piece about it. The volume's pretty low. This is Joseph Beuys, who said everyone is an artist. This is a piece I made.
I said everybody is an artist. But that was before NFT.
So I said, there is low-effort NFTs. So all you have to do is, I minted something at 5:30 this morning when I couldn't sleep. It's not too difficult. I have literally, as a midwife, taken people that were scared and shepherded them through the process, through my lectures that are normally a bit saner than this one. And I've had hundreds of people tell me that their lives have been materially changed because they've been able to make a living doing what they love for the first time in their lives. And if I sound evangelistic, It's true because it's happened to me. I mean, after 30 years of making art, over the past year, I've sold 650 NFTs and nothing has been the same since. And I'm so grateful. I mean, I could weep thinking about it. But I said like everyone and their grandmother could be an artist now, and then I minted my grandma and sold her. This was, I won't make you watch much. I was so sick of hearing people just criticize NFTs and saying it's only money. NFTs go way beyond money. Need a little volume on this? So I made a music video of money. I won't make you sit through all of it. 2 more minutes, I'm done.
Of the NFT divide. Just you wait for the shifting tide. I've never seen anything so polarized, stigmatizing, all the despising, analyzing, galvanizing, merchandising, moralizing, patronizing. It's mesmerizing. Nothing short of a social uprising. Money.
Okay. Then I did another piece about the Me Bits, which was the next after the punks. Larva Labs did this project, and I made this video where there's this kind of fear of missing out with these 10,000 avatar profile picture NFTs. And now there was just a big article in the New York Times about these chubby penguins. But what the writer in the New York Times failed to realize that this was a kind of pump and dump from a few people that are working within like 50 blocks of where I'm speaking right now, and they developed all these bots to like churn the market of these things, and they ended up these penguins selling for $500,000. But so I bought a MeBit, and I made this piece that the value of my MeBit, it sank. I don't know what fell quicker, the ETH or the MeBit at the time. Now the MeBits, I bought it for almost 9,000, went down to 1,000, as did ETH, and now it's shot up like mad in the past week. It's gone from like a few $1,000s to $20,000. And it just shows you, I have this kind of word I mentioned. NFTism for me is community. It's about all of us here, you suffering through this manic talk. And I have met more people and learned more. I've taught myself another language, the language of technology, and it's made my life a better life. And Zaha Hadid was one of my closest friends during her lifetime, the Iraqi architect. I've helped people like Lady Gaga and Robert Wilson, who's a theatrical impresario. I'm helping do an NFT. I'm helping Piero Manzoni, a very famous Italian artist. And Zaha Hadid asked me to help them. It's the only architectural practice that's flourished after the death of the founder. And they're now going to make me a space in the metaverse, which I'm thrilled about. So lastly, I'm so sick and tired about hearing about bubbles. People are just uninformed. And they don't have the foresight to see that this isn't a bubble, this is the future. Everything is going to be tokenized. Real estate transactions, real estate title, car title, everything. And I made this piece about bubbles, and this is it, I promise. So I proceeded to eat a dozen tulips, and after tulips tanked, it was the first recorded economic financial bubble. After they tanked during World War II, it was realized that though the core of the bulb could kill you, is poisonous, during the famine that ensued after World War II, people in Holland were eating the bulbs for sustenance, to survive. And I plucked out the middle of all these flowers, but someone was standing by in case I had to be rushed to the hospital to make this stupid point. But NFTs are not a bubble, in no way. If anything, it's going to grow exponentially. Goodbye, I'm finished. Thank you.
You can sit over here. Sit. I appreciate a man with passion. So, that's always a good thing. So we give a little extra time. That said, I love how people think I have power. You see this thing in my ear, I'm just a robot. There's someone who tells me 2 minutes, 1 minute, 5 seconds. So I appreciate you pleading with me, but my masters in my ear tell me what happens on stage and what does not. That said, we have an amazing panel. We're going to take this conversation further. We're going to talk about exactly what the evolution of the art market looks like. We have an amazing moderator, show host, digital producer, reporter. She launched Swiss Art Biz. So if you want to see a video podcast where she's interviewing some of the top people in the art business, then you got to check that out. Please welcome Tanya and the amazing panel.
All right. Dan. Thank you, Dan. And one of my next speakers is actually Kenny Schachter. So, yeah. Hello, everyone. welcome to this panel called Evolution of the Art Market. In the digital age, we could also call it Revolution of the Art Market because as if you heard from Kenny, the art world wasn't digital for a very, very long time. And now COVID changed all that because before it was all about physical handshakes and personal relationships. Now with NFTs, there's a way to commercialize digital art. There are a lot of platforms popping up to also that push for price transparency in a market that was very opaque. I don't know if any of you knows the art market or if you're all tech guys or girls. Maybe you can just, I don't really see the audience, but if you're in the art market, put your hands up. Okay, there are a few. Great, good. Well, let me introduce you to our high-level panel. Sitting next to me, we have Jutta Nixdorf. She is the head of the Swiss department at Christie's, the auction house that also sold this famous Beeple artwork for $69 million. Then Kenny Schachter, the one and only, who you just met. Then we have Sarah Schlagenhauf. She is the CEO of Art Deal, which is a new app. You're going to hear more about that. And we have Dino Levkovsky. Was it correct?
No, but
no, say you can say it. Levkovich, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Director of 4Art Technologies, and Roger Darin, head digital finance at Inacta. And yeah, so I would like to know, from your perspective, looking at what happened in the past few months with the pandemic affecting the art world, what were the biggest shifts that you saw and maybe that you were kind of evolved with?
Well, the art market was already on the route to globalization and digitalization beforehand. We're doing online sales for 10 years. We allow online bidding for 15 years. We had blockchain opportunities already. But the dramatic change was when the doors were closed for the first lockdown. How can you transfer the experience to see art and feel art and get engaged with art in the digital sphere? So when beforehand we had mostly the luxury goods and let's say the mid-market being mirrored in online sales, we had literally to look for ways how to make an auction of high-class works, of the most important works of the year, accessible for clients and how to engage with them. So first of all, it was the revolution of the presentation, like there was a big boost in higher photography, 360 degrees photography, films, the catalogs were online with editorial text enlarged. But the auction itself couldn't take place in a large room with 800 people. So we had to find a model that was exciting for the people to participate with. So we created a hybrid format which ended in a battle between two sales locations like New York and Hong Kong, and you had like a TV setting and the auctioneers were bidding against each other and the telephone bidders, you could see how it goes, to make it an exciting experience to watch and to participate. But the biggest challenge was for our traditional buyers, how can you trust like in painting that you haven't seen in the flesh and bid in the $100 million region on it, which is where the power of a brand comes in, like the 250 years experience of Christie's in that field and the long time that we engaged with these clients gave them trust to trust the specialists on the ground who were there to say, yes, this is something you should bid on, or this is not for you, it doesn't fit in your collection. And that was the main thing that changed last year.
Okay, I'm curious about the clients, but we'll talk about that later, how that changed. Maybe Sarah, what was the main shift that somehow you pitched in?
Well, actually, it's very interesting to hear what Jutta said. It's nearly an introduction to why
We founded the company a year ago, Art Deal, in midst of pandemic. So for me, it was a chance to do something new. And given the situation that the art and luxury market was, in our eyes, so far behind from other markets in point of digitalization and in point of disruption, we got together and thought, we're a team of 8 now, and said, hey, we might be able to do it better or have a different approach. But all those parameters that Jutta just explained, those are all topics that we really needed to engage in our very young startup. So we have an art tech startup, so it's actually a tech company, and we're exactly addressing those topics: inclusion, price transparency, access. So maybe in a nutshell, Art Deal is a two-sided marketplace. It's an app. We haven't launched yet, so it's going to be launched in the end of the year. And we are building a platform for all stakeholders of the art market, also for auction houses, foremost for emerging artists and galleries, auction houses, and luxury brands. Because we see the big struggle of the future of the art market is access. And there's also the big topic NFT, obviously, which for me is a huge chance to grant access to a whole new seller segment, but also to a whole new buyer segment. And those are the topics that we are tackling. And we're all in our early 30s, and we think that we really have to push social interactions when it comes to future marketplaces and create a relevant spillover online. That's why we are onboarding all kinds of stakeholders and enabling this kind of spillover. That's maybe also the difference between regular online galleries or just legacy companies doing their own system within their own ecosystem. So we are opening up a big ecosystem to actually tackle this problem of the art market. And I'd say it's one of the last dinosaurs out there to be digitalized, and we're trying hard to do it.
Before we go on, just quickly, why is this so important? Somehow, maybe a room full of tech people, they're like, okay, an app, that sounds like the most obvious thing, but just to make it clear again, the art market dinosaur, you mentioned it. Maybe, Kenny, very short, why is this such a big deal in the art world for the ones that don't know it?
Well, Julia mentioned that that the art world was on its way towards modernizing, but I beg to differ. I think shockingly, the 250, 275-year-old auction houses, Sotheby's and Christie's, have been wildly more nimble than the galleries. The galleries are just backward-looking. So it's amazing. I'll make it brief this time, I promise. That
I'm here to stop, don't worry.
During the pandemic, I mean, normally you think that you go to an auction and it's a social kind of glittering event where you get to watch conspicuous consumption in real time unfold to the tune of billions of dollars. And during pandemic, Sotheby's and Christie's were garnering audiences just watching specialists speak on the phone. So it's 1 or 2 steps removed from the conspicuous consumption. And there was 1 million people watching these auctions. And during the Beeple sale, 22 million people were watching this live on the internet. And galleries are so stupid. Like during the pandemic, the change was that they introduced this thing called OVR, online viewing rooms. And I would say it's a glorified website, but there was nothing glorious about it. They were just stupid, horrible websites that didn't embrace 3D technology. There could have been so much innovation more, but it just isn't happening. They're going to learn, the galleries, but the galleries, you would think they would be nimble. They're small entrepreneurial businesses, but they're just not agile. The future is in this room, in every sector of the market. And galleries, if they're not going to wake up to this fact, galleries as we know them are 150 years old. They are not the end-all, be-all, clinical, sterile environment within which to buy and sell art. There are other forms, and the future is the future, not old-fashioned exclusionary galleries.
So it's very interesting that somehow disruption needs to come from outside, not from within the market.
You should join our team.
I'm too old.
No, you're not.
Early 30s crowd, ageism.
That was
part of our team already.
So, Dino, same for you, similar as Sarah, you're also working on an app trying to disrupt the market. What were the shifts, or what did you see that you want to change?
I mean, we started when sort of on the wave of the was it 2017, 2018 Bitcoin high? That was sort of the point where lots of people got into blockchain and thought, okay, how do we use this technology to provide value in different ways rather than just transactional financial sense? And we brought forward a system that has been online for some time to bring blockchain certification to provenance or to historical tracking of artwork and the documentation that belongs to it, combined with new technologies of actually helping to identify the art piece, since that was always sort of the big problem. You have a super secure, wonderful certificate, but no way of connecting it to the physical piece, so their value is near zero. And that was sort of the big thing, and we started providing that to all sorts of people. Everybody was really interested. It was sort of the big thing that is now NFTs was blockchain certification a number of years ago. But I mean, it's so interesting for you to say that because we saw that so many galleries were just resistant to that change. They just said, that's not going to be necessary. I've done my business for 30 years, the same, that's been working, whatever, I don't really care. And then with COVID, of course, the necessity just came up and everybody got so just confronted with digital solutions of all sorts, including the Amazon for Art OVR showrooms, which were awful. And everybody got tired of it in a couple of weeks. And that was sort of the first step where you really noticed that people got interested in looking at digital, just in a general sense. And now it seems that NFTs are like the next catalyst where people are just seeing that the response is so big and you have this ecosystem in the digital world sort of growing up where people are just more and more open to try these new things and try new technologies. And really looking at not just NFTs, and that's why so many people are coming to us, because we provide everything from patented identification to provenance tracking, blockchain security documentation, digital condition reporting, automated track and trace solutions like VR, AR showrooms, to both like the smallest Instagram artists to the biggest galleries and organizations that there are, and everyone in between, to provide just that capability and just saying, hey, there's nothing to lose. Your data is still your data. Everything is fine and secure, but you can provide so much more accessibility and this democratization thing that people are looking for. That's here. People just have to give it a try, and then they will see that there's so much possibility now with these digital technologies and solutions.
Great, thank you. Then, Roger, maybe for you, what was the main shift that you thought there's an opportunity?
Well, you ask about the shift during the pandemic, and that's a relatively short time span. That reminds me of a question. You probably all remember Pokemon a few years ago. There was another craze. You could go out with a mobile and hunt these little cute things on the road. The creators were asked, so what led to this overnight success? And the answer was, well, this overnight success has been in the work for 25 years. And I think it's maybe a little bit the same on what we're observing here. The technology foundation has been laid, and it's just on the way. Somebody thought, well, why don't I put a link into this token to a funny JPEG and put it on the web and see what happens. It's part of a journey, and personally, I don't think it's just constrained to the art world, but I would probably say that coming from the Bitcoin side of things and finance myself rather than being an art professional.
So now we can tokenize art. Why is this such a big deal? I mean, you could already invest in art before.
Oh, absolutely. The challenge is, and this probably gets a bit boring, but when you're a portfolio manager and you have a portfolio of, say, 500 million and you want to diversify a little bit in art, this is not easy, right? How much do you diversify in? I don't know, 1%, 5%? So you have 25 million that you can put into art. How do you diversify a portfolio that's only 25 million? There are paintings out there for 3-digit millions in the physical world. There are emerging artists that sell well into the millions. You can't really diversify an art portfolio the traditional way. So tokenization allows you to divide these art pieces up, make them accessible to more investors who then can collectively hold a well-diversified portfolio. That's pretty cool, and I'm quite sure there's a bit of overlap here with NFTs as well.
Mm-hmm. So that's the money aspect, and there's also a lot of discussion always within the art world what NFTs can actually do and why one should mint them. So why should one purchase an NFT, or outside of financial interests?
Well, there's obviously lots of talk, and we've had it today as well, all the time about NFTs and what they can do and what they can provide. What I always miss in these conversations, and it's good that you're asking this, is the question: well, why would you want to purchase it maybe outside of the financial gain that you can get, right? I mean, CryptoPunks were free 2 years or 3 years ago. I was at the show, Perfect and Priceless, remembering that. And now they're $450,000 upwards. Those are the cheapest ones that you can have. And these are super interesting, but I don't know if everybody buys them for artistic value. It's more financially interested. And you see all these organizations, Coca-Cola and Louis Vuitton and all these big companies going into the NFT space and just producing content and throwing that out there. And then you get, okay, well, why would you want to do this? And the next thing you hear is metaverse, which is like a theoretical idea that's super far off into the future that's maybe not even going to work because you have to get so many people in the same space agreeing to sort of share the space, and good luck with that. So really that question comes up, and I think now in the meantime, now that NFTs are coming in, and you have all this content being created, and with the buzz that is to be coming up, and then maybe that maturization stage where you really have people looking at what can an NFT do, how can it support a creator and bring in more content on a wider scale, looking at solutions on what to actually do with them, not just have it in your MetaMask wallet or so, but in a sense of self-promotion as well. For example, have like an online showroom as a collector, combining physical art, digital art, moving art, maybe even like music and such, in your own gallery, and then share that and show that to the world, rather than just having it and then hoping that in a year's time you can sell it for 10 times the price. And I think that conversation is going to be super interesting because the value in NFTs, I think we all agree, is there, especially for the creators, supporting them in sort of a Patreon kind of model. But the other side of that market is still just open, and everybody just buys it because it's there and everybody's super into it. And well, look at CryptoPunks and how people have made millions purchasing them. And that's really short-sighted, and I think a really interesting conversation to be coming up.
I would just like to add...
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, we're analyzing the buying behavior of the next-gen client. And, I mean, why do you buy regular art? Why do you pay for an artwork? It's the same topic as maybe also with NFT. The speculative side apart, maybe you just want to buy a digital art that you like, and you pay a price for it. So, and now with the NFT, we have the possibility to kind of enhance and empower artists that do digital art. So it's not all, there's a very technical side of it, obviously, but there's also just the urge to collect digital art. And we have now a safe way to commercialize it and to have a way where payments are safe and on the blockchain. So that's also just a very basic answer to why to buy NFTs, because you like digital art. So
I would just add that, part of what I meant to emphasize during my talk, and I kind of forgot the whole thesis to say it, but this whole 10x thing, I want 10x between now and when I have dinner tonight. I think, look, that speculative fervor that's going to settle down. I don't think there's any bust coming in the foreseeable future. Absolutely, I think the opposite. But what I do think is already on the landscape is that I know plenty of people that have been buying NFTs for 2 years that have never sold a single NFT. So why do people buy NFTs? Or digital art is part of culture. I've been doing it for 30 years. Now there's a 24/7 marketplace within which to transact it. But there are collectors. There's more and more dedicated hardware within which to display it in your home, besides just on your phone. Also, the majority of art in the traditional space is in storage in Zurich and Geneva, in the various free ports across the world. And I probably look at my art more that's in my digital wallet than I do that's in my storage. So more and more people are going to settle down and start to think long-term, learn more about the people making great content, and there's tons of them. And people are developing great collections of NFTs now, and are not just in it for the 2-second time horizon of this flipping mentality of pumping and dumping.
And it's so what we see with traditional art is a similar phenomenon. I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of artists working and producing great art. And then there are only, let's say, a few 100,000 that are represented by a good gallery. And then from these artists, there are only a few who make it ever to the secondary market. When you see that the auction market is dominated by 75% of the value lies in 50 artists' name, that is a very sharp selection. And it all comes, I think, in the NFT field, similar maybe to the photography phenomenon, where in the beginning it was a fascination about the technology, possibilities, accessibility, very easy to read. And then at a certain moment, there comes a kind of selection. What is really content-wise interesting, what's amazing, what is really artistic, or what is maybe only half interesting or only decorative. So this selection will take place over the time. There is a Kanonisierung, as you in German say, will take place where things, NFTs, will stay or maybe only stay for interesting for a few years. So that will settle down generally. And on the opposite side, when there is a selection taking place, there is advice needed. So people who know their stuff and can help people to select what's good for them, what's interesting for them or less interesting, they will be needed in the future in this market.
You know, maybe I'd like to proffer an alternative reading of this situation. We all like to think that this has to do with art, but during the pandemic, we've seen a lot of people being bored. People signed up for Netflix at unprecedented rates. People started trading on Robinhood, buying bankrupt car companies, buying GameStop, another company that had no value, just because they were bored. Maybe this is a broader trend. People try to occupy themselves, and NFTs just happened to be there at the time, and art, again, with the online auctions, just happened to be available online at that time. Maybe correlation is not causation.
I beg your pardon. Yeah. I think, no, but I also think like there's been more growth in the art world, globally speaking, in the last 25 years than the previous 250 years. Since art came off the wall of the cave, it's been coveted. And yes, I think that, you know, there were 300 art fairs slated for 2019, and in 2020 there was 0. And I think that was a revelation to a lot of people that maybe we don't need to be chasing art 24 hours a day, taking airplanes to go see stuff where you could see it not in your backyard, but in your front yard in places like New York City, London, Zurich. Every major city has gallery systems of and models. So I think that maybe it's more of like people taking time, taking stock of what's important in their lives. Digital art is art in the same way that people paint and sculpt, they make digital art. They will forever and employ anything that's around them, and artists take everything surrounding them and, you know, utilize it for employ it in the making of their art. So yes, I think like the whole fractionalization of shares, this is all going to be really important, and blockchain will play a significant role in that. But art is part of the human condition. It will always be made and it will always be coveted. And digital art is and NFTs in particular, is just a way for a broad base of society using, you know, it used to be you'd have to send a little visual, a photographic slide to convey an image from one person to the other. And then social media and Instagram came along, and that was a wrecking ball in creating more democratic access points for people from every continent in the world to have their art seen without being in New York City. And NFTs also, yes, I think that we had a lot of time on our hands to look at our screens, but yes, it was a matter of being locked in, but I think it's just opened something up that's never going to be put back. The ETH is in the ether.
So it opened up to a wider audience. You also said that many people were bored. The art market never saw such a big audience, you mentioned. So I wonder if those digital technologies actually help to democratize the art market, or is it making this gap between the stronger and weaker participants even bigger? Maybe let's start with Jutta. Just, you know, I think if you look at the Beeple sale, talk about your audience.
Yeah, as Kenny has mentioned, like 22 million people were following this sale. That is very unprecedented number in that field. But also in the traditional fields. People liked and embraced the fact that there is no time factor anymore, that you can log into a sale in Africa at the same time as somebody in New York, and it doesn't make, the time difference doesn't play a role. You can access everything 24/7. We had, like last year, I think 104 countries participating in auctions. That is quite substantial as a figure.
And did the profiles of the buyers change?
Well, there is nothing you don't see at auction. Let's say this is a very diverse group. People who love art can be anyone. But yes, we saw through the online channel people coming to Christie's who had never heard of us beforehand or never been in contact with us. And now suddenly they find we are more accessible, we are more easy to reach. They don't even have to walk through the door in the big King Street building and be a bit embarrassed maybe if they can come in or not. It's very easy. You sit at home at your sofa and you can take part in all the art auctions taking place all over the world. There was democratization is a good word for that. I think it lost a bit of its elitish aura, which it never used to have, but some people had hesitance in engaging.
Maybe Dino?
Well, the art world is always super skewed, especially, I mean, you talk about Beeple and the super high numbers, that's always been the case. You have a very small percentage of people looking at these very exclusive art pieces. I think one thing, for example, when it comes to tokenization again, it's really interesting. You have an art piece, you create, for example, 10,000 tokens, and then 10,000 people can have it in their collection and experience it or trade it or at least have sort of the same feeling. Again, I think we're all in agreement that owning a physical work of art that you like is still a different thing than having, a part of a digital art piece, for example. And at least I'm sure that still emotionally that's a different thing. But you can provide different levels of access to artworks on a global scale. On the other side, I find, and that's what we're trying to do, is provide this super high level access and possibility to everyone. You have more people having a wider reach. Instagram was sort of the first thing where you have a big audience for being a small artist. You can get out there. You're not localized to your small little ecosystem, and that has just increased. And now you can offer, at the push of a button, super sophisticated, high-level, high-security, really supportive services to potential buyers across the globe. And even as a small individual, you can have, a big offering and a huge audience. And I think that's a super important key. Is just bringing more people into that art market, just reducing barriers. You're still going to have the super top end. You're always going to have the big auction houses. You're always going to have the mega galleries and that exclusive circle. But I think just the base is just widening a lot. And that access for everyone to look at a lot of noise, but figure out and then, bring in the really, or bring up the really good stuff. I mean, that's, I think, a huge important aspect that we love to see and that we love to support, just bring in more and more people in that sense, give them the platform, and then the rest will choose what is good and what's not.
Yeah, that's exactly the way democratization works for me as well, from the artist side of things. It was in, I think, 2008, a young chap built up an audience on YouTube. His name was Justin Bieber. He skipped all the record labels that would have been the gatekeeper in his industry, build up an audience, and as Dino points out, now every artist can at least have a shot at it, see whether he can build up with his work an audience that eventually then also allows him to monetize.
I would like to say something to that point. I mean, I think we're all on the same page when it comes to technologies and new platforms, being the gateway to a whole new base of collectors and a next-gen base of collectors. But I mean, what is really the main point is how can we create a platform that brings on all of those new collectors, and what are the elements that people are looking for? I think that it's evident that online is going to stay here and that there's going to be a transparency and that so many people and galleries shifted to online, it's given. But I think the future, we heard it before this afternoon in one of the panels, it's also a lot about gamification, capturing people, make them come back to your platform. I mean, the one and only icon out there is Instagram when it comes to this. I mean, I met Kenny and also you way before I met you live, so isn't that amazing? So imagine them launching now their NFT platform. They have all the clients, they have all the people, they have all the content, and content is king. And for all future platforms, you will have to be able to provide relevant content for your clients. And you have to have a tool that is fun, that is engaging. That's what we're trying to build now. It's called the Vivent, the virtual event. So I think that's going to be key in the future of the art market, how to get the customer.
Yeah, that's right.
Can I ask a quick, what do you do exactly?
Well, I wear several hats. The reason I got into the crypto space is I'm board member of the Bitcoin Association. I'm community manager there, and that's really where my heart is. I've translated this into a job where I had digital finance. That's essentially where crypto meets finance means money. Yeah.
Okay, so we got 2.5 minutes left. Maybe there's short takeaway from your side. I mean, we would have lots of questions still that are unanswered, but maybe something that you think you haven't shared yet and is important. Who wants to go first? Or anything that you thought this would be interesting for the panel and you couldn't say it yet?
We've said it all.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always the big takeaway is that digital or that new sphere is here to stay. There's always going to be the physical part of it, and there's now always going to be the digital part of it, and it's going to be an ecosystem that's going to grow together, bringing in more people, providing new opportunities to more people. I think that's the really important aspect. There's also more to the art world than NFTs. I think there's a lot moving in this technological digital level just because people are now open to it. The probably most resilient market left on Earth that was all about the status quo and not moving an inch as far as possible is now willing to move and willing to experiment, which is very exciting, certainly coming from someone who hasn't been in the art market all too long. So I'm sure you've seen that move for some more time. But it is an extremely exciting time to be in the art market. I had a conversation earlier that said art is sexy, the art market isn't, but now maybe we can make it a bit more fun. That's certainly something that we can hope for.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's an exciting journey where we are with the NFTs. When I even take our takeaways from the first auction we did with the Beeple, then over to the CryptoPunks, and now in Asia, the first auction only with NFTs. It's been such a learning curve, and the projects that are suggested to us are amazing, and most of the time we spend with selecting what's doable for us and where our role is and where our role is not. So I think we're just at the beginning, and it will stay, and it will be exciting to follow.
And for us, I mean, content is king, and technology is here to transport it. It's here to have safe payments. It's here to enable royalties. But at the end of the day, without the physical art or the digital art and the content and the users, no platform, no technology can win.
I would just add, the most important thing is everyone sitting here listening through this, soldiering through this talk. And the fact that, I mean, whenever I lecture and I teach my classes, I always encourage people to get in touch. So I literally return every single DM. I mean, I live my life on my phone. I think I clocked 16 hours and 7 minutes at my personal best on my telephone during the quarantine. But I would encourage anyone in this audience that ever has any questions, any sentiment, if I could ever help anyone in any way, I get such a great deal of satisfaction by inspiring or enabling people to do stuff. The art world is a place of barriers. The art world's favorite word is no. You can't do this, you can't buy that, you can't come here. They look you up and down. You can see that I don't present terribly well. But I would say, like, I will entertain any question from anybody at any time, and it takes the same amount of time to turn someone off as it does to turn someone on. So it's my pleasure that I'm just amazed that I'm here. I was invited here. I'm grateful to everyone on the panel and to all of you for listening. And if you ever have anything to say, ask at any time, and I'll get back to you sooner than you would imagine.
I'm sure you can reach out to any of the panelists, and I'm sure you're also around for any questions after. Roger, anything from your
No,
side?
I had this amazing anecdote to share, but I can't stop. What can you
Oh no, come on.
I bore myself, please.
Always.
No, to me, one revelation all out of this, can you ask what I do for a living? And about 3 years, we were evaluating startups. And one startup was doing this system where they allowed for digital art to be owned by someone. You could prove, with the blockchain obviously, that you owned this particular piece of art. And the discussion at the time is, would anyone care? I mean, as long as I can show it on my TV in the living room, it's just there. It doesn't matter whether I own it or not. And to me, a revelation out of this day today is that people do actually care whether they own it or not.
Great. Thank you very much to all of you. I see Dan is already coming closer, so thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to shift gears from art to music. This next gentleman has been on the stage before. He's a serial entrepreneur, an avid sailor. He's actually just back from a tournament. He was telling me backstage that last week he was out sailing on the waters. He's actually moved to Zug, I think from Finland, if I remember correctly. He's the CEO of Utopia Music. Please welcome the wonderful Markku.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was asked to talk about revolution in the music industry. And I thought about first introducing myself. So Markku, last name is a bit of a tongue twister. And I work here in Zug at Utopia Music. But when we talk about revolutions, ask any Marxist dictator do you know how to run a coup or revolution. You need to pick up a song, and that song brings people together. Bob Marley, probably the most famous choice, used in different revolutions around the last 2 decades. Childish Gambino, more recent example from the US for racial violence, Black Lives Matter, gun violence, police brutality, and so forth. And then Bella Ciao, an old Italian song that was used in paddy fields, then became an anti-fascist revolutionary song, and then made popular by Netflix. So music brings us as humans together like nothing else. And today, the industry needs a revolution. Every song deserves a revolution. If an artist, depending how digital they are, go on stage, they need to live up with 15.6 milliseconds of latency. But to get paid for that performance, they need to wait up to 5 years. That equals 156 billion milliseconds. So this is one example how broken the royalties and copyright systems are today. Copyrights, very interesting legal framework. Copyright gives you a much stronger monetization framework than a patent. Patent gives you an ability to defend your innovation. Copyright gives you an ability to monetize your creation. Today, the industry hasn't evolved much from the 1975. This is a royalty receipt from a band called Kiss. Some of you might have heard about them. How the industry worked about 40 years ago is very similar how it works today. So a lot of manual labor. Back in those days, you had maybe 1 million transactions a month. When Kiss released a new album, it was on every record store next Tuesday. There was some radio play on top, and it was all pen and paper. Today, we have millions of transactions per second. Spotify gets 60,000 new songs per day, and yet the royalty accounting, copyright management, allocation still happens fairly manually. So our thesis as a company is that music industry, which is about $60 billion of revenue pool, could be 2 to 3 times bigger if the industry would learn how to close the data gap. And closing the data gap will start a revolution. And what are we doing as a company is that we have a couple of key capabilities to fuel this revolution. We know what music was played, when and where. We know who owns the song, what percentage of the song, and since when, and who needs to get paid and how much. This is basically how artists, labels, publishers will actually see the true and full value of it. So what are the outcomes of that revolution that we're talking about? First, artists and the community in general needs to understand royalties and related economics in a better way. And to be able to forecast the true and full value of music enables them to plan ahead. Second, the more faster, more accurate payments, minimizing the revenue loss and leakage, eliminates all these inaccuracies and year-long payment delays. Then we want to enable artists to understand their audiences. And understanding the audience enables them to do digital marketing, for instance, to promote their art. And fourthly, when we X-ray the entire industry, we bring trust, transparency, fairness into the value chain of music, we can kind of expose the opaque business practices some labels are experiencing and bringing to the market. There's too many Harvey Weinsteins in the industry still. Fifth, to enable fair music monetization and data transfer to all creators, the industry needs a central platform to basically rely on. So there's no central accounting, there's no central registries. Imagine a country where there's no land repository. So if you buy a lot from your neighbor, you don't know does the neighbor own the lot. This is basically music industry still today. And as a sixth outcome, we want to eliminate the gaps of education from all creators by having tools to understand how your art generates royalties, how much you can expect from different sources, gives a level playing field for all creators. And lastly, that brings closer to our mission to enable fair pay for every play. Fair pay for every play. So it sounds like utopia. We think so too. That's why the company name is Utopia. And we structured around 6 business units for the industry and 2 units that are working directly to the fans. That's where the blockchain magic happens. We created a Utopia Genesis Foundation that works with NFTs and fan memorabilia. And then we have tokenized trading, fractional ownership, and data access to the platform that we have. So that's the blockchain part. For the creator side of the industry, we offer financial services, so we're a fintech company, perform global royalty collection, and offer data-driven insights to the artist community. We also work with catalog funds. We offer a Bloomberg-style terminal, so if you run a $1 billion fund looking to invest into copyrights, you can understand the performance of different assets in the music industry. And over time, we want to enable marketplace to digitally trade copyrights, but we do that once there's enough liquidity on the buy side. And then for the industry itself, we work with collection societies to digitalize and automate the royalty allocation process. We offer different licensing and distribution aggregation services so that artists can distribute their music digitally and control how it's being monetized, priced, and so forth. That's basically Utopia in a nutshell. Cool. And a quote from one of our investors that we work with, we want them to be able to make more data-driven, better investment decisions throughout the entire life cycle. So when an investor is planning to acquire a fractional ownership or an entire catalog of copyrights, they need to evaluate that is this an interesting opportunity. There's multiple different strategies, of course, and then look at the entire life cycle from due diligence, because it's still not automated, into sweating the asset, where we can help, obviously, with the global performing collection, to timing the exit. So that's basically our business. Thank you. So it's much faster than the previous keynote, so we have about a minute. But we'll follow with the fireside chat, I believe. Yes.
I'm going to grab Sam and I'll be right back. Have a seat over there.
Cool. Any questions, comments in the meanwhile? Is the product live already? We've been building this core platform that collects global data. Our strongest data asset is radio play. So we've listened to global radio about 4.5 years now. We have about 10 billion songs or plays for different songs in our database. And just to kind of quantify that number, it grows with 33 million spins per day. If you estimate a royalty value of roughly $2 per play, and let's say half of that has been monetized, we are sitting on a $10 billion of liquidity. Unfortunately, that money is not on the blockchain or on our account, so we need to work to kind of start moving that money towards the creator side of the industry. But yes. So the core platform is centralized, so we are not using a centralized platform for data collection or kind of allocation. But then when you plug in the Utopia Genesis Foundation, then you can kind of feed information for these assets. You can tokenize the ownership of certain assets. But the actual royalty allocation is running on a cloud platform, basically. So it's not fully blockchain enabled.
And pause on the questions. Yes. I love the questions. That's really good. Micah, come have a seat over here. And now we're going to have a fireside chat with someone that you guys already know from earlier today. Sam's back on. So let's give him a hand, please.
All right.
We shake hands.
Yeah. You want to take a seat or stand?
No, stand.
Okay.
The music is fine, thank you. Look, when I heard about your speech and I was told you're coming on stage, I was very keen to meet you. And let's do it standing. Let's come to the mic so the cameraman can catch us right. Because we are talking to the audience here, but there are much more people on TV, on the live stream, watching us. So let's talk to these people, because here most of them are experts. They know what we're talking about. So tell me, music and blockchain.
Yep.
Define music for you, and define me blockchain, and what is the bridge, in short, in one sentence, because we need to talk to people that don't know what we're talking about.
So I think music for me is any kind of a sound, noise that somebody creates in an artistic purpose, right? And when it becomes an asset, it could be very easy. We could hit the DJ decks and mix some music, and we could take a back of a napkin and agree that let's split this 50-50, for instance. That becomes a copyright. And then let's say somebody plays the creation. We have a legal framework to basically monetize that. So that's the copyright landscape. It's under United Nations, governed by the World Intellectual Property Organization. So it should be global. It should protect all of the creators' rights, but it's not working. So, and then blockchain is a way to bring direct-to-fan masses of multiple ownerships into the assets itself. So that's how we think about that. There's multiple other projects as well.
So now there's music which people produce, piano, drum, singers, whatever. Now there's a lot of music which we call sound logo. Okay? For example, you know Haribo. Haribo, mach Kinder vor. Okay? That's music.
Jingles. Yeah.
Okay. So who owns it when it comes to blockchain? Wait. Who owns the right of it? Because there's partly right for the producer, the composer, or the association who actually, let me say, license the music in a very weird way.
Yep.
So you know what I'm trying to referring to?
Yep.
So who owns the sound? How do you protect the asset of a value of that sound logo related to all these mega brands around? Because that is actually a niche which I'm interested in.
Yeah, so let's say you compose a jingle for McDonald's, for instance, and they use it...
Like Justin Timberlake,
yeah.
you know?
Okay. So, and they go broad and use it on a different campaigns. Depends on the deal that you have done when you have licensed that. If they just pick it up and start to play without having a certain licensing in place, then basically it goes to the realm of normal copyrights. It's highly complex, it's very territorial. Every different country has different rules and regulations.
But you know, the music is a station house. For example, in Germany, you have something called the GEMA.
Yeah.
Okay? They collect the money.
Yes.
They go on radio, they go on TV. Internet is not regulated that much.
Yeah. Well,
so because that is a lot of money we're talking about.
Yeah.
So we talk about, let me say, a TV station pays a certain amount of, let me say, for a prime time a jingle, they pay around 30 to 60 euros to the musical station houses, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so of that money, the composer gets around 30%.
Some cases,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
The 70% goes to we don't know where.
Yeah.
Okay, how you protect that 70% doesn't go to anywhere.
So basically,
it gets back to the people that belong to.
You hit the nail on the head. So when Gemma, for instance, that you referred, it's a collection society.
Okay.
And they work in an environment where the amount of data is growing on a daily basis. It's a data tsunami, and the industry is drowning in data. And they are kind of constrained by labels on the other side, or publishers that don't know how to manage the ownership information and so forth. So if we take any song that has some, airtime on TV or radio, for instance, that process from play through the collection society to the rightful owners that have splits for that royalty is extremely manual and complex. And that's one of the things that we want to automate. So we listen to these audio streams, we use neural networks to identify the jingle or the song.
So it means you have a software which can channel the right of ownership.
Yes.
So you fill the gap of the 70%.
Yeah. It's kind of,
because we need to explain to the audience what we're talking about.
Sure.
What is happening is there are music performers and the musicians, it's a clean business, that's straightforward. But the people that produce sound logos of all the advertisement, that's a huge market where 70% of that money goes somewhere where nobody knows where it goes to, because they haven't been able to actually protect their rights. And we're not talking about the performer, the composer, they get the 30%. It's about the owner of the rights, which are the Haribos and the whole mega brands in the world. Most of them have not secured the rights.
Yeah.
And where blockchain can come actually and regulate it through simple software.
Yeah,
do
almost
you have
correct.
solution?
But even if, let's say you're the composer, you still probably would lose around 50 to 70% of that because the system is so broken. So that's basically the opportunity for us to fix the global collection.
Because we're talking about a lot of cash can go into the right direction.
Yes.
Or the opportunity to have music composers being so creative because you offer them a fair deal.
Yeah, fair pay for every play.
No? I think we should work with this company, right? So another one is, for example, do you actually give them an appearance opportunity? For example, a recognition of the performance. Is there any like a kind of a chart? Who is the best, who's not? Because we talk about tokenizations, and everybody wants not only to sell his product, he wants to grow with his brand asset. And the brand asset could be, let me say, tokenized. There are companies, they're like Bonus, for example, they want to celebrate, they want to tokenize celebrities, right?
Yeah, sure.
So how can I tokenize, for example, that sound logo for a commercial or any personality in a kind of a chart style?
Yeah, so we work mainly with the full compositions. That's kind of the first target for us. And what we do there is we collect global consumption data. So we have a real-time billboards basically from every market, or billboard-like data, and that can be used in multiple different ways. And we, as a company, we are kind of the infrastructure provider for the whole industry. So we work throughout the entire value chain. And then we have data access tokens. So if someone wants to build another billboard app or tokenize the popularity in some way, make an index or something like that, we can enable that through the Utopia Genesis Foundation. So they tokenize data access and stuff like that. So we are not directly creating. I mean, there's so many opportunities in the music industry. So we are focusing on making sure that the copyrights get the royalties that they deserve from the normal use of that music.
What would you say? Thank you, because that was an important answer. So what is actually the most attractive access to be able to perform on your platform and to do the business with? How do you invite people? What do you tell them to say, come with us and you're safe with us? Or what is the attraction? What is the gimmick to get them?
Sure. So we work with multiple different stakeholders. So collection societies like Gemma. So we have a technology that basically helps them to allocate royalties in real time. That minimizes errors, faster payment times, and all of these things. So that's one particular segment. If you're not collection society, then it's not for you. Then we work with artists and songwriters. We have an ecosystem of 250,000 artists. They basically, we're just launching a digital dashboard that helps you to understand your audience, where your music is distributed globally, and how much we are expecting you to get paid. And this is kind of the important information, because today, if you would be an artist, you probably would know what happened 3 years ago, because you have these payment lags and delays everywhere. So you really don't know how you are doing.
But you have an automated way of how because the problem is actually in collecting the money.
Yes.
Because usually you have a publishing music house, Yep. And they have to do the job for you, and they have to call entity by entity and find out how much they did, and they guess it. Yep. But there are softwares, now with blockchain, you can actually secure it 100%.
Yep.
Because the artificial intelligence could do it.
And that will bring trust and transparency for the whole industry.
Transparency.
Yeah.
So how do you avoid that a fake published music house register with you, and how do you define who has a right to register with you?
Okay, so there's a lot of disputes in the industry.
I did a bit of my homework, so...
Yeah, I can see that. So there's a lot of disputes in the industry. So imagine that an artist got a bit stoned, played tambourine on studio 30 years ago, and suddenly has a flashback that, whoa, I should actually get paid for that. So you have 30 years of consumption data, which nobody holds today in the industry. So what happens is that the copyrights are registered to different societies, they synchronize, there's multiple delays also, it's very, very manual. Labels, they manage the metadata on semi-manual processes and stuff like that. So that's really what we try to do, is that have a platform that can host and protect and enforce these copyrights. And once there's consumption against that asset, then basically we facilitate those payments as well.
And payments happens how?
Today we mainly...
You go in fiat or you pay in...
Mainly fiat today,
in crypto, or it could be attractive. You, instead of paying them in fiat money, you know, which is... you should pay in crypto. So my next question would be, are you planning to, let me say, cooperate with any cryptocurrency? For example, I don't want to label. So anyone, are you offering any opportunities with that?
Yeah, the Utopia Genesis Foundation is working on that area.
Okay. Or are you going to have your own one probably?
Yeah, so we basically are part of it. And what I would like to say that the music industry in the last 10, 20 years has seen a lot of technology plays to come and basically say that we're going to disrupt you and you know, outdate it and so forth. That's not our style. So we believe that every stakeholder in the industry has some sort of a role to play. And we want to basically help them to digitalize, automate, be more data-driven, more real-time. And that basically starts to heal the industry itself. And like I said, that our thesis is that a $60 billion market, which is subscale. I mean, global garlic market is 40 billion.
What is the stake you're aiming now for the next 3 years to get into out of that?
Go for gold. I mean, as
yes,
big as
what is your plan?
I think if we have, there's 5 million creators on the planet. So let's say if we have 4, I think we have
5 million creators.
Yeah.
So you know how many creators we have on iPhone for the apps? 9 million.
Yeah. It takes talent to have a musician.
So no. There's a link between what I said. Yeah. Because when you have an easy platform, that is actually where I want you to get you to. Yeah. So when you build your platform, you attract more opportunities for people to be creative. Yeah. Now we had NFT, boom, that is the same principle with an art.
Sure.
So now we have art or business art, whatever you call it, in the iPhone world, because iPhone developed the platform, and they have 9 million people putting apps in, and they make that 15 to 30% cut with it, which I call actually the biggest taxation in the world. But it's a digital tax. So now with you, now you're building the platform, and you're inviting actually people who think they have a talent to have a platform.
Yeah.
Good. Now we talked about money, we talked about everything, but how do you actually...
how do we grow?
Grow and identify actually a success with a failure?
Yeah, so the growth model
or not success, whatever you want to call it.
So the growth model is quite simple. So the more copyrights we have on the platform, the more data we have about the industry itself. And then the more data, it brings more accuracy and efficiency into the whole system, and we can generate more accurate royalty claims to the society. So more and more copyright holders will get their money, and they will get their money faster. That brings more liquidity into the whole ecosystem, which attracts more copyrights. So it's quite simple. So the more and more faster we can spin this flywheel, the better it is for everybody. So that's basically the business we have.
Okay, now let's go back to Apple.
Yeah.
They're taking 15 to 30%.
Yeah. It varies from different stakeholders, but we have an outcome-based business model, so we're a financial technology company.
Make it short. How much?
10%.
Okay. 10%.
Which is fair, because if, let's say, if you have a copyright portfolio, like, you know, I don't know, are you into jazz or EDM or something like that, but let's say you composed numerous songs, there's music consumption around the world, and then you have this itchy feeling that maybe I didn't get enough royalties for my art. You sign up a law firm, and they take about 40% to hunt for your copyrights manually. Yes. and they might not be any better than the existing infrastructure.
Absolutely.
So more
Actually,
money, faster, with less cost. That's
so what
the promise.
actually the crypto world is doing with the banks, you're doing it actually for the music association houses.
Yeah, and the whole industry. Yeah.
You're dangerous, or you live in danger.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the edge. Yeah.
He lives in danger because if he does what he does, so he will take. He said, what he said. How many 5 million people? First 3 years. How much market share you can say you can take? 10%, 15%, 20%.
Well, I think it's. I don't think I want to just speculate like are we getting 10 or 20%. I think
it's only amongst us. We can switch off the internet.
Yeah.
No problem.
So what I think is that once this problem gets solved, it just makes sense for everybody to join the ecosystem.
Yeah.
And that's when the whole growth model starts to spin. So if we have now 250,000 artists, if we have 1 million soon, I'm happy. That 1 million will probably talk in clubs and bars and to their friends, and other people want to get more money faster with less cost. So
it seems like you have thought of everything. We have 4 minutes to go. I have another 2 questions.
All right.
So 2 questions. How you approach the market that they know about you?
Yeah.
Okay. Or indirectly, we have a new word, onboarding them. Okay. And when you onboard them, how you facilitate them with the protocol. So protocol, 5 key bullets, what represents your organization.
Okay, so we work with multiple different stakeholders in the industry, and there's a couple of choke points in the whole value chain of music. So we basically have very direct B2B sales engagement with collection societies. We've been working with 14, 15 of them today. And that's where we basically try to help them to accelerate, digitalize, and so forth. And then we are acquiring quite a lot of companies around this ecosystem. So we have distribution companies that basically distribute digital music to all the streaming platforms. And through those ecosystems or communities, we can basically offer certain financial services. So let's say there's a DJ that needs a third Ferrari very, very quickly, but he doesn't have the cash. We can advance some of those royalty payments from the future to the present day and then take a small cut on that. On top. So there's multiple financial models how we can perform, and that's it.
Protocol, 5 short. What are the 5 key components of protocol they have to respect to be able to be onboarded with you?
Basically, we are still quite limited in you could say beta, or we're probably on a permanent beta forever, but we are quite selective on the markets that we work with. So first of all, we want to make sure that we have high quality, high integrity data, and we kind of pick and choose. Once we kind of go to the market with certain acquisitions, we basically onboard the whole entire customer base, and then there's a lot of upsell happening throughout the circle I showed. Yeah.
Okay, now we have another 2 minutes. The market. You're coming from?
Born and raised in Finland.
Wow, he's a Viking. So we know Vikings like to travel.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are you traveling first with your business? Or can you go because of the blockchain just wherever the market comes to you? Or is it country-related? No, isn't background with that. Because not every country has the music collection house.
Yes,
which is regulated by the government. So when you go, for example, in Asia, half of Asia doesn't have it.
Yeah, but they have it in the legislation.
Yeah, they have it in a different way, but they don't have it.
Yeah.
So, and then Latin America, it's very weak in that.
Yeah.
So actually the IR countries, which is a Western country, they have it. So when you go to Middle East, they don't have it.
Yeah, but they are looking to start. There's a greenfield.
But blockchain can solve the problem, right?
Yeah. So I think when we look at the societies, I think it's the mandate to have a legal mandate. Most of the European societies are owned by governments, about 50%, and then the artist community owns another 50%. So their mandate is basically collect money for the artists. So if we basically work with the ones that have the mandate, then it's basically easier for us. We don't need to kind of hit the regulatory hurdles and so forth.
So we have another 46 seconds.
All right.
So let's talk money for a second. So we have 60 billion market.
Yep.
Right?
Which could go up 3x. Yeah.
Well, we have 60 billion. Okay, now you want to take with the next 3 years 20%? Easy.
Yeah, you said it.
So it's 12 billion. Out of 12 billion, 50% will go for any institutional work, and 50% can go back to the
creators.
Yeah.
And
so it's 6 billion. This is a 6 billion market which you can grow in your organization.
Yeah.
And you're promising that 50% of that money will go back to the creators.
Yeah, I think
instead of the 10, 5, whatever's happening currently.
So the problem is the revenue leakage. So the collection societies collect more than they can allocate or attribute to the music.
Yeah, people don't call up. If you don't have a publishing house, you can't call it.
Yeah, exactly. So it could be that 60-70% of the collected money stays on a black box.
So what do you do with this money, which is in a black box, because people don't know how to collect it?
So we have the data and the tools to basically allocate that and distribute that.
So you can refer it back directly. So actually you log in, you have your data, you have your code, and you can get the money without you have to worry about it, because it works automatically. Guys, we ended our conversation. Thank you very much. He's a great guy.
Likewise.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Well done, gentlemen. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I love a man that's got a mission statement. And this next gentleman has one. I'm going to read it out to you because it's a good one. His mission statement is this: I have a dream, a united humanity joining a worldwide voting on blockchain, creating massive positive impact and the needed shift on our planet. It's the founder and CEO of Yes We Trust, an amazing man. Please put your hands together for Stefan. Enjoy.
Hi guys, pleasure to be here. My name is Stefan and I'm founder of Yes We Trust. I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek, who wrote the book Start With Why. So why Yes We Trust? I worked 10 years as a financial consultant, and financially I reached all my goals in young years. I was 6 years ago 26, but it was not fulfilling. Something was missing. The death of a near person was my turning point, my awakening. And every human being has another moment of awakening, and it changed my life. So I asked myself why I am here. Is it to change time for money, or is there more? That's now 6 years ago, and since then my life is a crazy movie, out of comfort zone, and I asked myself, okay, what for challenges do we have on this planet? For how long the world will be enough? When will we human realize that when we harm Earth, that we harm ourselves? Astronauts go to space, and they have this experience called overview effect, and they experience that Earth is a one breathing, living organism. When will we human reach this collective awareness that if we harm somebody else, we harm ourselves? Today, walls are built instead of bridges. We are more connected than ever before, and at the same time, we are more splitted than ever before. And we have a generation that is going to the streets demonstrating, right now not through COVID, but demonstrating not only about climate change, it's about system change. So, how can we solve these problems that we have? And what for more challenges do we have? 45% of the people don't trust charities for some good reasons. Now, let's use blockchain to build more transparency and trust. How? I will mention in a few minutes. 43% of the millennials, every second millennial is ready to earn less money and to do something more social instead. People want more purpose, more impact, to feel more alive. The mission of Yes We Trust is to help people to find their purpose. We give people financial liquidity up to 200,000 euro, homepage logo, web design, application, and a marketing package. And financial monopoles who are slowing down the path in a sustainable and better future for financial reasons. And the solution is a collaborative, decentralized community of conscious leaders. Now, how are we going to change the world? We have to change ourselves. And if we change the whole world. Today, I am happy to present you Yes We Trust, a solution how we humans can take action and create massive positive impact. We are one, no matter from which nationality, religion, or left or right. We are all connected. One of the books that changed my life, it's called Miracle Morning from Hal Elrod. Scientists found out that the first hour in the morning is the most decisive hour in the day. So just give you a moment. What is the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? Cool. Okay, in the book it's written, wake up, become aware what you're grateful for, visualize your dreams and goals in life, meditate, and do sport. One Indian guide said, we die every evening and we are reborn every morning. So it's all about to bring yourself every morning to the right frequency. How would life look like if we would give every day the chance to become the most amazing day of our life? Okay, so here I am, 6 years ago, and I'm asking myself, how do I, Steph, reach a fulfilled and happy life? What for technical resources are available, and how can we accelerate the way in a sustainable and better future? And then I went to the market. I found a meditation app, daily goals app, daily water need app. I found all these apps, but not one holistic approach that is bringing all these functions in one application. And that's how the Yes We Trust app came alive. It's the first personal growth app that rewards you for a healthy lifestyle. So imagine we create a game out of life. Imagine earning a crypto token while meditating, doing sport, or going to nature, and making a living out of it. Stop with 9 to 5. The app is your daily companion for personal growth. In the me area, you have all the functions that helps you to feel more alive. It's a lifestyle. In the community area, we have created the next step of Facebook and Instagram. We call it a conscious social media. So we don't use data and sell ads, but we give the power back to humans. So if you receive a like, you also earn a token. And we have a shop with sports clothes, supplements, books, e-learning, where you can use the token as payment. The upcoming features are spots and maps, events, the voting platform, the crypto wallet, the experience token, and the security token. And I'm super grateful after 2.5 years to have Decent and Inacta as a partner for the whole blockchain development in Yes We Trust. Now, one big part is education. And from my perception, we have an old education system on this planet. So how would be the next step of the educational system that we need? It's all about storytelling. With stories, we have created our world. So we want to inspire humans through storytelling to create own startups, own charities. And each project that Yes We Trust is funding is tackling one of the sustainable development goals. Now, the business model of Yes We Trust is a membership of €7 a month, €84 a year. You have all functions in the app, and you have access to the voting platform, and you have access to exclusive events and workshops. Now, as the moderator mentioned, I have a big dream in my heart. I want to unify humanity, and we are united right now through COVID. So let's use it for something positive. And the community decides through voting on blockchain which projects are getting funded. So one of the goals that we have is to have 21 million members. That would mean we generate 1.74 billion revenue. 10% of the revenue we fund startups. 10% we give for charities. And with every membership we plant a tree through the German organization Plan for the Planet. So yeah, imagine we can give people financial liquidity up to €200,000, homepage logo web design, blockchain development, and bring visions alive. Imagine a world where every human being has a good or a service, and we can exchange these goods and services. We also build innovation centers called TrustPoint, where the currency is accepted for co-workspace, co-living spaces, and that's the big part of the vision of Yes We Trust. We are also creating a brand out of Yes We Trust, like Adidas, Nike, and Apple. Now, I worked 10 years as a financial consultant, and at the end I touched my head and said, Steph, what the fuck are you doing? You're offering people a life insurance. It's not diversified, not rentable, and it doesn't create a positive impact. So if I could create an investment possibility that has all these components in it, how would it look like? Now, we have revenue through an application, app and purchases. The app industry is the fastest growing industry since humankind. Second, we are funding startups. So Yes We Trust is getting 10 up to 20% shares of the funded startups. And we have real estate as a secure investment possibility. So if we create the future, let's make it possible that as much people on this planet can participate and profit financially out of it. That means people can buy a security token, and they become owner of the real estate buildings, the startups we fund, and the application. And that's my gift to the world. How we can create massive positive impact without to wait for the next restrictions or any other meaningless inputs. I think this is it. I'm a bit angry today because when I see outside in the world, I see so much stuff that is bringing up away from the focus that we should have. Sorry. Currently, we're on the private sale, and we defined a sentence. We are looking for mission investors who are feeding the healthy cell body of Yes, We Trust, complementary to create a big vision. The whole vision of Yes, We Trust would not be possible without an amazing team with my CTO, Roman Frici, where we have developers in Switzerland, Ukraine, and Kosovo. And a lot of advisors and partners who are guiding me on this journey. And a lot of amazing partners and products in the shop. 6 seconds left. Okay. Guys, it's our time to create generational change that has a lasting positive impact for our world. Thank you so much.
I'll take that. So you asked people what was their morning routine. I have a very solid morning routine. It's my 5 Gs. God, gyms, goals, growth, gratitude.
Amazing.
I do one of these 5 things every morning because it does make a difference.
Cool.
Okay, you did a good job. Have a seat. You're now going to be moderating a panel. And so with that, please welcome our wonderful panelists who will suddenly appear on stage when you applaud. Watch. There we go.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Thank you for being here. Okay, my first question would be, how should digitalization look like that will change our world in a positive way, Shirley?
Hello, first of all, I want to introduce myself. I'm Shirley, CEO at Velas, and Velas is a decentralized open source blockchain protocol and also an ecosystem of decentralized products. And I'm coming originally from Estonia, where public services have been on distributed ledger technology last 20 years. So I'm grown up with using DLT since then. And what I believe is the user experience should be maximum intuitive and accessible and easy for everyone to grasp with any technical skill set. And this is how also the decentralized technologies and products should look like.
Thank you so much. Jan, what would you add on to this question?
Yeah, I'm Jan, founder of Neumorgen and a human technologist. And I think adding to Shirley, I fully agree with that. Technology should be intuitive. And on top of that, I think we should really humanize technology, which means really putting the human in front. Humanity should lead tech. So it should be not just intuitive and usable. It should really make our life better, like Yes, We Trust. It should serve humanity. And it should be built on the right assumptions. Like every product we build is just an artifact of our assumptions. And it should be beautiful and ethical and good and regenerative. And really, contributing to really to the future we want to live in.
Alan, excited about your message about it.
Yeah, hey everybody, Alan Laubsch here, and I have a little bit of a different perspective here. I had my career as a risk manager, so I always look at how things fail. And for me, one thing that is so clear is that the centralized systems that we have are all failing, right? So what I'm looking for in digitization is resilience. Resilience to meet the challenges of climate change, of biodiversity collapse, all of these challenges that we're facing, where we're going to have to collaborate, as communities together. So I'm looking for technologies that empower humans and reward humans for positive actions like restoring the planet, planting trees, protecting vital ecosystems, and changing this extractive economy that rewards extraction to one of regeneration by rewarding regeneration.
Thank you. Michael, what is the role of VCs and investors in creating this new economy that we talk about?
So I think that Alan brought up a good point about how the centralized model of the internet and the world is failing and is becoming decentralized. And I think as an investor, if you're, by the way, I'm Michael Gord, I'm one of the co-founders and the CEO of the GDA group of companies, serial entrepreneur investor focused on digital assets and disruptive technology. But if you're just considering where the world is going, which you want to be doing as an investor, ideally, the world is moving towards a decentralized model and towards a model that that instead of extracting value from your audience, or in the Yes We Trust is a good example, instead of extracting value from your users like Facebook and Instagram and the traditional social networks we have today, it's about giving back to your users and providing your users with more value by engaging with your platform. So, just continuing with the Yes We Trust example, receiving value for sharing or receiving value for liking or engaging with your ecosystem. And the more that platforms can become ecosystems and consider that there are users, there are enterprises, there are investors, there are influencers, there are advocates, and considering the different users of your ecosystem and how to incentivize adoption within all of the areas of your ecosystem, those are the ecosystems that will win in the decentralized future.
Thank you so much. Shirley, you are creating such a platform. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, so when Web 2.0 was everything started the sharing culture, it also developed a darker side of it as with the emergence of tech giants and monopolies like Facebook and all the other popular platforms we know. We got huge problems with data privacy and with how is our data being used, and also with the censorship, these platforms deciding what should be up there and what should not, with the recent example of deplatformizing Trump. And with also the scandals like Cambridge Analytica. So all these created a demand for people to gain back their freedom and control over their data. So thankfully, we have now the shift towards the Web 3.0. And we are at Velas launching a decentralized social media platform, which gives content creators and influencers back ownership and control over their data. The platform has no centralized censorship. It's all community-driven and AI-based to exclude illicit content, as well as it's enabling flexible monetization, so the users can decide if their content should be public, private, or paid. And this is our mission, to bring the power back to the content creators and individuals.
I love it. Thank you. Simon, welcome.
Thank you.
I would love to go back to the first question. How should digitalization look like that will change our world?
First, maybe introduction also from my point. Simon Telian, Advanced Blockchain AG, is a publicly listed ecosystem developer since 2017. We're based out of Berlin and Stockholm. We're one of the first investors in Polkadot. And I truly think to serve humanity, we also need to look at the economy as a whole. Today, we have about 1.7 billion unbanked or underbanked people in the world. So us, from Advanced Blockchain AG and also our portfolio companies, we look into really those broader use cases and where we can apply blockchain technology also, which serves really like a broader audience. So Advanced Blockchain AG is not only a strategic investor in that field, we also incubate our own projects. So we really, want to identify those gray areas where no one is serving right now, and that's what I think what we really need right now is like a holistic approach, which is not only going into, okay, we're trying to invest in a DeFi space, or we're trying to, identify the next NFT hype. We really need to look also what serves humanity and how can we face those challenges we have in the world right now.
Great. We are talking about the technical revolution that we have with blockchain and crypto. Alan, when we talk about the consciousness revolution and the state of flow, what comes to your mind about this topic?
Yeah, it's an amazing topic, right? Flow. We experience it every day at some points in time. Here in the Swiss mountains, right? When you're challenged and are going down not the regular slope, but doing something more. That's when you spark the greatest flow. And why this is important for what we're doing is we are 500% more productive when we're in flow, right? If you look at workers, 72% of workers in the United States are either disengaged or actively disengaged from their work, meaning they hate it and are ready to sabotage it, whereas about 12% are in a flow state. Imagine if you shifted that. Imagine if that 12% went to 24%, right? So this is a super important topic. Gaming, for example, why are people doing that? They're being challenged in that, right? So naturally, in this tech industry, we found areas that create flow experiences. Collective flow. How do we work better together, right? There's certain very simple practices. One of the exercises in this creative leadership program was just, instead of saying, no, but. Just having a conversation where you keep on going and saying yes and, right? Just those are the kinds of practices, and if we can use ways to make people conscious about our higher peak performance capabilities as individuals and as collectives, that's where I think we can arise to the greatest challenges that we're facing.
Great one, thank you. Michael, would you love to add something to this topic?
I think that the idea of saying yes and is super cool. I think that most ideas die before they start because of a single individual that says no and a person speaking it that is perhaps not comfortable enough going against naysayers. But really any startup, especially in disruptive technology industries, is a single individual, maybe two, that have people say no every day and continue. And then the model shifts from people being contradictory to wanting to join that party. But if the world shifted their consciousness to wanting to add value to people's journey instead of tell people why they can't do what they're already doing, that would drastically accelerate solving world problems due to disruptive technology.
Shirley, you were involved in eStonia, right?
Yes, I'm involved because I'm an Estonian citizen, so I'm still involved, although I've been living in Switzerland for 4 years. But that's a good example of what is good digitalization, and by now 99% of services are on TLT and can be accessed 24/7, 365, all across the world. And what we see in the election space since 2005, elections are held online. This has increased voter turnover by enabling everyone to vote wherever they are in the world. It has created a very widely transparent society, because I was thinking yesterday what was my first social technology in this space in Estonia, and that was e-school, which started already in my 2nd grade, and basically they removed the middleman, aka the student, so the whole communication turned peer-to-peer between the teacher and parents, and that enabled them to progress your development, see all your grades as they are, and the notes and your absence. So, missing school classes, this all became impossible because the parents had full transparency, and that transferred into all the services that became on distributed ledger technology, like public health records, but there you can choose still. You can opt out if you want to show your information, your private data, or not, which is very privacy respecting. Also, if we talk about business, then the administrative burden has become extremely low, which means if it's easy to do business, then also the business will grow. And Estonia has the biggest number of startups per capita in the world. And with e-residency, they initiated also e-citizen, which enables anyone out of any country in the whole world become Estonian e-citizen and open up a company there and benefit from the extremely favorable regulations and jurisdiction in being part of the EU.
One of the challenges that I see is that we have so much different levels of countries of development. An open question: how do we make it possible that we all are on a similar level between the level of development that we have in different areas?
One answer is open source. Open source technology, make it available, right? Just share it all. Education, all that can be shared. There should be no educational differences. All best content is all online. We should have global networks where people coach and peer each other and help each other out. This whole idea that there are national differences in these systems is completely irrelevant. Nation states are pretty much irrelevant right now, as we've seen. They don't arise to any of the planetary challenges, climate change, COVID. None of those things, nation-based governance has any impact. So we need to rise up as a global community, share all this technology, and then we'll find, Sweden did this amazing thing. This community in Switzerland did something amazing. Everyone has access to it, right? Radical sharing, right? So pretty much what the blockchain community is doing.
Right.
But in fact, I know that there is in Zurich, nearby Trust Square, or in Trust Square, they're working on a similar solution, like digital signature, digital identity solution, but together with Estonians even. But when they asked Swiss citizens if they would start using it, the majority said no. So it also comes down to the people, like the cultural and the background, and I think, we started from the scratch after Soviet Union collapsed. So the government just decided we're going to go in the IT and tech, and with the Tiger Leap movement, the whole country was digitized. So from zero, we turned into the most digitally advanced country in the world. But it was because the mindset was open. We were open to become successful in something, but not every culture is ready for that.
And I think also what COVID has really told us is that we kind of need to work on a common learning platform, almost, I would say, because my 12-year-old brother in Germany, he's struggling hard because he can't access his e-learning platforms. And so if we would have a kind of like global approach, and which goes nationwide, we would not have those issues, and we would not continue building, I would almost call it like different e-learning circles, which then leads us again to different e-learning levels. And COVID has really taught us that.
I think a common theme is, so open source is great, but if you don't understand how to work with open source infrastructure or how to work with code, then open source perspective and open source anything doesn't have as much value as it could or should. I think it all stems down to education, access to education, and historical access to education. So anything and everything compounds. education compounds. If you have a country that's been educated for generations, it's reasonably likely that your country will be much better off than if your country's had a lack of education for decades. And I think with blockchain technology and with e-learning, I'm pretty passionate about introducing an educational program to market where anyone everywhere that traditionally, in a lot of countries where people don't have bank accounts or people have a problem with considering where they're getting food from, they first need to find food before they can think about learning, unfortunately. If you can remove that burden from the world, which you can from digital assets, and with just sharing the abundance that's already in the world, then you can recreate the educational structures of society and just the consciousness structures of society. So the world that is currently uneducated, looking for food, can spend your day learning. If you complete your daily educational task, you are rewarded with a digital asset or digital assets that can pay for your food, which there's certainly abundance of, or there's abundance of food which digital assets can represent. And if you do that for decades, or for even a decade, or actually the current educational system is super slow, taught to the lowest common denominator. So if you provide students with the opportunity to excel and maybe earn 2 digital assets for 2 pieces of food, start a business. But I think that not that when that's for sure going to happen. And as that happens for decades, you educate the world. People are educated. They're reasonably likely to be less hateful. They're reasonably likely to be more productive. They're reasonably likely to be able to contribute. And we need people to contribute. So.
Yes, I would love to add to that. I was an early investor in Funzi, an education company that works on mobile. That's making quality education accessible to everyone on mobile. And it's the market leader for entrepreneurship education. And as Michael is totally right, it really starts, for the rising billions, it starts with the basics. First, you need food, you need shelter, you need access to health. Many of these people don't even have an ID or don't have a bank account. So maybe if you can create a way like that people join like a basic need access, and then they can access great content that provides different programming, like what new forms of social media can provide, or what Yes We Trust can provide, and a different infrastructure layer that enables that Simon is building, in the spirit of what Alan is building, that's regenerative and building on the previous ideas. I think it's really about skipping this nationalism, uniting as team human, setting some global standards, also highlighting the good parts, showcasing them, leveraging them, and uniting around a common purpose. Because this really helps us navigate around the 1,000 possibilities we have. This unites us. I think that is the key.
I also agree. I should note that I think we should start with the basics. After food and shelter, there should be internet access as a human right in every country, not only like Estonia and Finland who have declared it as internet access is a human right by legal tender, but a UN in 2016 just declared it as non-binding recommendatory regulation, but it should be enforced to every country, because otherwise it just creates again like richer getting richer, and this is not how you create equalization, but starting from such basics, I think this is the way to go.
I love it. Thank you so much for all the insights, Jan. Amazing also. And I agree. And always the sentence of Martin Luther King comes to my mind. We have to organize ourselves for peace like the people are organized themselves for war, right? So the biggest challenge on this planet is ego, right? To see somebody as a competitor instead of collaboration, right? I see so much ecosystem, platforms that are walking in the same direction. So the challenge is to bring them all together in an exchange that they can collaborate and communicate with each other. So my last question for today would be, if you close your eyes, if you envision the future, how do you envision the future? In what for a world do you want to live in 5, 10 years? Michael?
Flying cars, space exploration, ideally not AI taking over.
Right on.
I think, first of all, we should believe in the good future. Then we should be ready. We should have a future-ready mindset, and then make changes accordingly and make decisions. So, for example, we shouldn't invest or support businesses that are not doing good for the future, or buy stocks from companies that are not creating good future, and we should not give our data and to companies that are abusing it, and we should lead with the technology, but not become the technology.
Thank you.
Well, you're transforming every industry with what you're doing. So I see all of us creating beautiful businesses. I really see business as the driver for change, business as art, business creating something beautiful. Also, business consists of humans. So that business is also not just focused on resource management, but really on making every human being it touches flourish, making it grow, creating more aliveness, creating more goodness. I really see that in every project. I see businesses that are regenerative and that contribute, that not just make a good profit, which of course we also all want, so we can grow, but that also contributes to a planetary well-being and really have a long-term outlook.
In my opinion, we ideally bridge the world of social impact investing and decentralized finance and really utilize the capabilities around that. What that means is that I think there's a lot of capital already in the social impact investing space, and I want to see more DeFi protocols coming out of that space, because the first time in human history, we really have the ability to give the power back to the community and pull it away from the governments and really give those unbanked or underbanked people who have no access to the labor market today the capability to sustain themselves, to get a job. And those 1.7 billion unbanked people I talked before would really generate also so much wealth in those economies. So that's the ideal future I see for the next 5 to 10 years. And
beautiful.
Maybe you can tell I'm quite passionate about this topic. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I see a future where in the next decade, hundreds of millions of people will be engaged in healing the planet, right? And in addressing climate change, in protecting nature, protecting rainforest, restoring mangroves, doing marine permaculture arrays in the oceans, taking out more ocean plastic than we're putting in. And I see that humanity, by making that shift, will actually shift from being extractive to actually being regenerative, where we can look at ourselves and say, you know what, we as humanity are no longer extractive. We're not going to have externalities in our economy anymore. Those are gone. We're not going to have companies damaging our air, our water, our soil, without paying for that. And those that restore and protect our vital ecosystems are going to be paid for that. And we're going to have systems that reward people on a planetary basis using all these amazing technologies. We're going to have satellite imagery, funded by the European Space Agency, that already can detect pixel by pixel update carbon sequestration for regenerative agriculture, for example. We're going to be in a world where, how Bitcoin incentivized everyone to, all these talented engineers found all sources of cheap energy around the world and self-organized to earn Bitcoins, right? Well, why mine when you can plant? So we're going to have teams of people coming together doing regenerative projects around the world and they will earn positive impact tokens. We're going to have conscious communities forming. We're going to have the center of power moving from failed nation states to community levels. So that's the future that I see.
Would love to see it.
So,
I envision a world where we don't see a virus in each other. Instead of we hug each other, we hug strange people, because we know when we give, we receive. I see a worldwide movement of trust instead of fear. I see a decentralized collaborative community, a united humanity that is voting with a pool of hundreds of millions which projects are getting funded. I see people are living a life of purpose. They are waking up, meditating, doing sport, and making a living out of it. And that's the world I would love to see. Guys, thank you so much for being here and to open up, and looking forward to move on tonight.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you,
Thank
Steph. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, you want me to cue you? Now you may stand, and now you may leave. They're waiting for the choreography. Thank you, guys. Well done. We've got one last conversation for today, and it is a good one. I have to read these titles because they have got so many accomplishments. They've been working for so long. It's a fireside chat, so expect it to be a little bit more interactive. Here it is. Dunstan, consultant, builder, creator, president, author, advisor. He's the founder and president of Sanctum. And then Carlos, a lot of you will know, you'll see him around, big, generous smile, everything from charity operations to complex commodity business to large-scale sustainable investments. He's literally done it all. Carlos is here. Carlos is here. So give it up for Carlos and Dunstan.
Well, I hope you guys are still awake. This is the last session, so we should make it sweet and short.
That'll be easy.
Yeah, so we just met to talk a little bit about impact. Today was about impact of blockchain and impact in general. And I think that our topic is to talk about the impact in the developing world, and I will specifically talk a little bit about El Salvador and what's happening there. So,
Yeah, so technically, you're right. I mean, we are all like here in Switzerland, and it's a developed country. Many of us have never seen what's happening in the other developing parts of the world. So I'm gonna just start with a case study or an example or real life study. I have friends in I have friends in Venezuela. We all know that the Venezuelan economy just collapsed like around a year ago. So these friends were millionaires, you know. They banked millions of USD dollars into the bank, into the Venezuelan banks. And one day, these Venezuelan banks just told them that, you know, the money that you have inside your bank account is worthless. And these people spent 30 years of their lives doing their business, growing their careers, and, you know, suddenly they became bankrupt in an instant. Now, this is actually what is happening in many developing countries right now, right? Like Venezuela, we have Lebanon.
Argentina.
Yeah, it's Argentina. So I think the number is just going to keep carrying on within this COVID time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so in general, I think that what is the difference in the developing world as compared to the first world in finance terms is that, number one, access to financing and to capital is super difficult.
Yep.
Even if you do everything right, there's difficulty to access capital. Certainly you have the unbanked that do not have any alternative for investment, for saving, or any other services, and that's a fantastic opportunity. And then capital flows are very difficult because that's what you mentioned. You know, the countries are unstable and they have some crazy policies, etc., and that makes financing very difficult. So I think in general, the different situation of the developing world when it comes to financing is that, you know, no access, not inclusion, etc. And we believe that, and I think we are aligned on this, that blockchain and Bitcoin are a big part of the solution, or could be a part of the solution. And that's where El Salvador comes in. I don't know how much you know about what has happened in El Salvador, but it is the first country that has adopted Bitcoin as legal tender. And they have had a process that actually should be very, very relevant in the next week or so, because it's being implemented on September 9th. So for those that know a little bit or don't know anything, I would just like to share that there has been a lot that happened in El Salvador for Bitcoin to be the legal tender. Some people think it's just a crazy policy like they have in Latin America sometimes, but actually there's a lot of work that has been done. And anecdotally, I would just tell you, this started with a young fellow by the name of Jack Mallers, and he developed the Strike app in Chicago. And as a matter of getting users to his account, he went to El Salvador and started onboarding one by one individuals. And what he would do is say, listen, download the Strike app and call your relatives wherever they are, have them download the Strike app, they will send you Bitcoin, and I will give you the cash in US dollars here. And he started doing that. And it became, all of a sudden, the #1 app being downloaded in El Salvador, and he was called by the government. And they said, listen, you have to, what's going on? So he called his father, and he said, Dad, I think I'm in trouble. I mean, I'm being called by the government, and his dad said, listen, you have to go to the meeting. You cannot, excuse yourself. So he went to the meeting with friends, etc., and he met with the president's brother and then the president. Yep. And what was supposed to be a half-an-hour meeting in the end was a 4-hour thing that led to what we have today, the law that was enacted. The end of the meeting was, okay, fine, if you know so much about Bitcoin, do a law for us, prepare a law. And it was easy that the government controls Congress, so they approved the law in a matter of days. And the rest is what's happening now. So I think that's a fantastic story, and then we can talk a little bit about how they are ensuring the adoption of Bitcoin.
Yep. So technically, in the earlier days of, maybe I start a bit with the earlier days of Bitcoin, this El Salvador movement, right? This is actually a grassroots movement. Like what Karl said, it's about an app came out and people started using the app. It was adopted one by one. So in the earlier days, right, Bitcoin was exactly the same. So what happened was, the earlier days, we took Bitcoin, we mined Bitcoin, and then we passed people Bitcoins. We gave them the Bitcoins. We didn't sell them the Bitcoins in the earlier days, in the cyberpunk days. We actually gave, I think, within the old guards, millions of Bitcoins were actually given out to different communities, given out to people in China, given out to people in Indonesia. It started off in Canada and so on. So it became a grassroots movement that the hackers, the gamers, they started. And then when I'm starting to look at the different developing countries, right, like El Salvador, and a couple of Latin American countries that will later follow and create bills that are similar, because at the end of the day, many of these countries, they are being influenced by other larger countries, other larger developed countries, and they are having a lot of problems with the way their financial institutions are dealing with them. So when this happened, right, Bitcoin became a natural mode of transaction within the different people. For example, now with El Salvador, later on we shall see even countries like Mexico, and so on coming in, and they would slowly and surely make Bitcoin their legal tender.
Yeah, so now the question is, how do we ensure that, or do we know that this will have a happy ending? Things can go wrong. Now, it's interesting to see that in El Salvador, it's not only the law that was enacted, but there's a number of things that have been put in place to ensure adoption. Number one, they set up their own wallet, not the Strike wallet, but their own. It's called the Chivo wallet, which is a Spanish easy name that people understand. And it's obviously it's a wallet that is for free. And the government is giving out $30 US of equivalent in Bitcoin into the Chivo wallet, so that they will. It's an incentive for people to start to download and use it. The other thing that they have is that the law is mandatory for everyone to use Bitcoin and accept Bitcoin. So nobody can say, no, I don't take it, or this and that. So that is ensuring that the user base is going to be there. Third, you have that people, even if they don't have a phone service, if they have a cell phone, they can access their Chivo wallet for transacting Bitcoin. So the government has negotiated with the telecoms so that that application does not require a data plan or a data cost. So they do it either on Wi-Fi or they do it on the network without paying for that. So that is, I think, fantastic for the people to be able to do it. And on top of that, what you have is that all accounting of the regular accounts for accounting are still US dollars, but the transactional money could be US dollars or Bitcoin. So this is going to be fantastic. And when you talk about people that are unbanked in the developing world, everybody has a phone. So all of a sudden now you have people that do not have bank accounts, do not have access to financial institutions, and all of a sudden with their phone, they can reach financial transactions even for reward. And now when you talk about the impact, not only is the financial inclusion, but the financial impact is that El Salvador has the main revenue of the country is foreign transfers from their expats. And more or less $6 billion a year that come into the country. And if all of the transactions eventually will be done via Bitcoin, you will avoid intermediaries, you will avoid commissions, and the net effect is about 400 million a year of savings for all the stakeholders in the. Obviously, the bankers are not very happy.
Yeah, of course, right? Yeah, so it's exactly the same. So this is definitely going to be a movement, and what's going to happen is there will be pushback from the banks to the regulators itself. And this is something that any of the other developing countries that is trying this move, right, will have to take note. For example, there were a couple of experiments that were done around where groups of people, like it could be like 50,000 to 1 million people, were actually given their own marketplace. They were given their own indexes. They were given their own tokens or their own cryptocurrency, or even like a certain amount of Bitcoin. And these people started transacting fully off the current financial markets. Yeah. And that is extremely scary for like regulators. It's the worst case scenario for banks, because now, and even for the central bank itself, because now they lose full control, while the people that are in that ecosystem have total control over their own finances. They have total control over how much they want to lend, what are the interest rate, what the services entail, and they are not affected by inflation, which the rest of the world we are affected by. So these are a couple of benefits when Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies go into different countries, and the people can now transact and buy things in which the government generally doesn't have a right or a say to. My main focus is that these people actually gain their financial sovereignty. Finally, they have full rights themselves to choose what they want to buy, how they want to buy, and when they want to buy.
Yeah. One of the things that I forgot that El Salvador also did is that in order to avoid the volatility of Bitcoin, they set up a fund of $150 million so that the recipient of Bitcoin on his Chivo wallet will be able to convert to US dollars immediately and will not run the risk. So one of the criticisms that was out in the public was that how are you going to expose your population to the volatility of Bitcoin? That's voluntary. Yeah. In fact, they do not need to have volatility on either end. And so anyway, I think that for impact, that is going to be a fantastic case. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Let's see, hope that more countries will copy. And so that's about it, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks,
everyone. About late.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where's Dan? He should close off the event, I hope. There you are.
I hope so.
We are done.
Just socializing in the back. Hey guys, let's all hang out outside. We're done for today. Tomorrow we're talking, and it's our final day here. So free drinks outside, lots of good company. Stay as long as you want. We're here for you guys. Thank you for being part of day 2. Bye-bye.